You're live. Go somewhere. I can see.
Okay, so we have 10 minutes, so I was just thinking we can have a small icebreaker. Who's in for it? Come on, guys, it's good morning. Good morning. Okay, so I will need some 10 volunteers. We can come. Try from here, try from the right side. It's going to be an easy game. Very simple. Okay? Come on. Okay. Come on, it's not a difficult game. It's not on technology or React Native or React, so please feel free. Come on, guys. Four more from this side. Then you're going to see the left wings or the right wings. Akash, come on. Or I'm just going to come and pick some of you. So,
I have a suggestion here.
so yes, please.
Anytime you need some help, like you are in water or something and you need help, always point to someone and then they will come. So I will point. Are you coming? Can you come? Yeah.
Do you want to come?
Okay, it's not helpful.
No, it's very easy. It's a fun game. Yes, please. Yes, you can join. You're
Yeah,
good?
she- one-
Yeah, then it's very good we have you. Please come on stage.
We are already winning.
We just have four. We have four. We need four more there.
One more. Okay, we are done.
How about you? Yes? Yeah. Yes, please. That's the spirit. Two more from here. You want to join us?
One more.
One more, guys. Please, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How many of you are 8? Yeah, we have 9. Can we have one more? Yes, you want to come in? He? Okay, you go decide who wants to come. One of you, please. Oh yeah, please come. Okay, now the game is very simple. We all know your names, right? You're just gonna call in. For example, my name is Monisha. I'm gonna say my name is Monisha. I love dogs. Okay? And the next person is gonna continue that. My name is Monisha. I love dogs. And then you're gonna continue and continue and continue. And let's see who can actually pull it off till the end. Okay?
Just to say I love dogs or like
Yes. You're gonna say, my name is Monisha. I love dogs. My name is Ashwani. I love cats. My name is Shweta. I love something else. Whatever you love. Okay? Where do you want to start? From there or here? All right. Let's get started.
Hello, my name is Rupali and I love cats.
Okay.
My name is Yash and I love.
You're gonna continue.
I got
Yes. You're gonna continue. No. Rupali loves cats. My name is I like dogs.
My name is Rupali. I love cats. My name is Yash and I love games.
Okay.
My name is Rupali. I love cats. My name is Yash. Yash loves games. My name is Arvind and I love football.
Okay.
My name is Rupali. I love cats. My name is Yash. I love games.
Okay.
And he loves football. And my name is Akash. I love cars.
so Rupali, he loves cats. Yash, he loves games. And Arvind, he loves football. Akash, he loves cars. Myself, Ashwani. I don't know what I love.
He loves
So
coding.
maybe I love coding.
You want to start from zero, right?
No, we're going to continue that. That's how you get to know your friends today. Meeting new people.
Rupali loves cats. Yash loves games. Arvind loves football. Akash loves cars. Ashwin loves, he doesn't know, he loves coding. And I'm Shweta, I like chocolates.
Nice.
Yeah, Rupali loves cats. Yash loves games. Arvind loves football. Akash loves cars. Ashwin loves coding. Shweta loves chocolates. And my name is Anjali. I love sweets.
Wow, nice.
Hi, my name is Rupali. I love cats. My name is Yash. I love games.
Arvind?
Arvind loves cars.
Football.
Cars as well, right?
Cars is Akash.
And Akash loves cars. And then we have someone who doesn't know and just got to know that he loves coding.
Ashwani.
It's Ashwani. Shweta loves chocolates, and I have Anjali loves sweets. I'm Kapil. I love almost everything. Keeps changing. Let's say cars.
Okay. We have more car lovers.
So Rupali loves cats. Yes loves games.
Arvind.
Arvind loves cars. Akash loves cars.
For me, you can say all three things I love. After that, I love food.
Remember your name, right?
Ashwani.
Ashwani loves Shweta loves chocolates. Anjali loves sweets. Kapil loves everything. Sujit loves bikes.
Sujit loves bikes, okay?
I forgot her name.
You could like this way.
Rupali loves cat. Naman.
Yes.
Yash loves
What is it now, guys?
games. Arvind loves football. Ashwini loves cars. And Ashwini loves coding. Shweta loves chocolate. Anjali loves sweets. Kapil loves cars. And Sujit loves bikes. And I am Devansh. I love Upfront91.
Oh, that's a good one. Very nice try. I think all of you performed awesome. You were able to make 10 friends, get to know each and every one. So, great job, guys. Thank you so much for joining.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for waking up early on a Saturday morning and coming here. On behalf of Go MMT Group, it is my absolute pleasure to welcome you all to our very own front-end conference, Upfront91. We are thrilled to have you here for what promises to be an exciting and inspiring day, with informative talks by industry leaders across our front-end community. Throughout this event, you'll witness remarkable moments, hear from amazing speakers, and experience the best talks buzzing in the world of front-end. But first, let us take a moment to appreciate the energy in this room. So without further ado, sit back, relax, and get ready for an informative experience. Once again, a warm welcome to each and every one of you gathered here this morning. Before we begin, It is my pleasure to introduce today's welcome speaker, Mr. Sambit Sarangi, a visionary leader in the tech industry. Sambit is the Senior Vice President of Technology at Make My Trip, where he has been driving innovation and excellence. With a deep passion for technology, Sambit has led groundbreaking projects in SEO, microservices, AI ML, and other areas, making a significant impact on how we navigate the digital landscape today. Throughout his career, he has been known for his forward thinking, approach, mentorship, and commitment. Please welcome Mr. Sambit Sarangi.
Good morning. You can hear me? Yes. Okay. Absolutely. Like Saturday mornings are always very difficult, right? Waking up, showing up on time. We don't do it on Monday to Friday. But absolutely great to see that we are starting sharp at 11. Look, these are the kind of conference make you think, reflect back. Where are we now? What has happened? And probably where are we moving? And UI UX as a technology probably changes every 2 years. If you look at 70s and 80s, it was primarily, when the computer era is just warming up, it was not about the experience. It is about how can I deliver some information to the screen, right? Whether it is a mainframe application or Macintosh coming in, trying to show some information out there. With internet coming in early 90s, we talked about client-server kind of an application. So we talk about JSP, ASP. Is there a better way to kind of deliver those information, right? With through technology part of it. Early 2000, with mobile apps becoming the mainstream, then whole B2B system also started kind of aligning with the mobile ecosystem. So it was about, how do we deliver that information seamlessly, but, not many different kind of screen size, right? It was about, how do I deliver that information into a mobile web, app, or a desktop, what do I need to do, right? Then the whole concept around JavaScript, whole concept around, we needed a layer between the backend and the front end so that, we can massage the information and figure it out, who is the channel and how do I deliver those information, right? It has been that way for the last 10, 12 years. An incremental update has always been happening in this space. How do you kind of reduce your packet size? What do you do in the backend? What do you do in the front end side of it? And delivering the experience part of it. Rather than from a static template, how do I move into a more components? Right? It is all about how do I componentize this or widgetize this and then deliver the information. But it was always about delivering the information to lot many different channels. When I say channel, and lot many different type of devices. If I look at Make My Trip, probably touch about 5,000 different device footprint every day. Different device footprint. Right? It can be a very small screen with 1 GB RAM. It can be a much larger device. And how do you ensure that the quality of information you are delivering is absolutely great? That's why we are. And last 2 years, and we talk about AI, ML, and all of those kind of things. Most of the AI, ML has worked on the backend side. To kind of massage the information, go through the information, create insight, and drive personalization. When I say drive personalization, it's mostly content personalization. Right? How do I show relevant information depending on who is my user persona? Right? Not necessarily, and driving experience and engagement based on content and not necessarily based on UI as an experience layer or UX as an experience layer. Right? Briefly, I'll touch upon where we are. I fundamentally believe every 10 years technology shift, right? The way we consume information fundamentally changes. And probably with generative AI, that shift has happened in the last couple of years, right? There is a lot of buzz. So what does that mean? What does that mean for all of us who are looking to deliver experience? Doesn't really matter what technology we are using, deliver experience. If we are going to deliver experience, we need to figure it out. Is the experience channel is fundamentally going to change? Right? Is experience is going to deliver through through an agent, through an UI, through an or it will be a multimodal experience. If that's so, then how does technology? What technology is available? What technology is required? And how do we seamlessly integrate that one? Reflecting back, I think there's three fundamental things which is going to drive next 5-10 years. When I say AI-driven personalization, I briefly touched about AI has been always on the back end so far. It was around content. Right? Now it will come into hyper personalizations from a UI UX experience layer, a multimodal experience layer. How do I bring in a screen and a voice or a chat or a video and create 1:1 experience layer? Maybe I'm driving my car and I open my agent and I want to book a flight ticket. How does that experience differ if I am kind of firing my mobile app, right, opening with my trip and trying to book a flight ticket? Is the experience same? While the journey may be the same, but the experience is fundamentally different. Do I need to stitch it together completely different? Or can I deliver the experience based on the current context, right? That means I compose the experience, right? I think that's why we are moving into right now. I think lot more research is happening around multimodal. We are having this discussion every day, in and out, in the organization thinking, and there are a lot of use cases that we have implemented, but we think this is going to evolve. With technology evolve, this experience layer will evolve. And UI, when I say, voice, I think inherently from birth, right? Visual experience or voice experience is a natural experience for us. And we have all moved into so display, touch, and all that part of it. If we can interact with voice and do everything that we want to do, and if we need to project some information, right? If you have seen the demo human.ai, right, which is nothing but an agent about, and you need to project that information to make sure that you understood. You just project that information into any screen. Right? That means this interaction between a screen and the agent is very seamless. I'm sure those kind of stuff is counting. In last 10 years, we have seen screen sizes are only gone up to 6.5 inches, right? All of that because we are just trying to push a lot more information on the screen. Right? I don't know. Maybe we will carry everybody will rather the phone will be not good enough. You will carry a much larger. Your phone size is as big as a laptop now. The whole concept of 6.5 inches in the iPad used to be 7 inches. So there is no real gap. And technically, there is, all of those innovations stops at some point of time and new innovation kicks it off. Probably we are in that junction. I don't know how it will work, but it will move into two directions where multimodal experience is going to be primary stream. The other stuff that we are talking about is, a lot of people talk about AR, VR, and all of that part of it. So how do we create immersive experience using 3D? These days it is very expensive because from the bandwidth requirement and all that part of it. I think 5G becoming mainstream, right? Edge computing becoming mainstream. I think these are reality these days. And there are a lot of, and like AI able to create image on demand, storage on demand. I'm sure all of those things will become mainstream. Right? So fundamentally, if we are all working on the UI part of it, we need to figure it out. How do we deliver information now? And one fundamental characteristics will change is the interaction between the front end and the back end. Right now, every time we have a use case, the back end guy and the front end guy sit together and figure it out. What is my JSON object look like, what is my API look like, and what information it will give me, what I will do in the front end, what I will do in the back end. That means it's a very structured approach. What if that's not there? What if your interactions are very fluid? Right? Which layer you are going to do that part? So because if you really look at last 20 years, we have just made the information very layered, stacks. There is a UI layer, there is a backend to client layer, there is an application backend layer, even there is probably a connector layer under that database. All information just flow through, up, down, and come back, come up, down. What if you organize that information is more of a grid, right? And the interactions are peer-to-peer communication. Fundamentally, Web3 lot of kind of a technology, peer-to-peer communication based on tokens, and not necessarily one hierarchical dimensions. These are all possibilities. Shifting in, what exactly the engineering challenge that we are talking about for developers? We spoke about, it's about multimodal interactions. For a developer, I'm sure the design guy will create a beautiful multimodal interactions. How do you manage context states when you are designing multimodal experience part? That's the biggest part of it. How do you drive consistency across platform? When I say across platform, last 10, 20 years, it was always about, I am running some information on my phone. Now I move into my desktop. What if I move, I logged into my television, across different channels, screen, I used to synchronize information, user state, and all of those things. Now the network part of it, how do you synchronize that information part of it? Is it like a hub and spoke kind of a model where everybody is speaking about and bringing in the state, or it is going to be different? That's fundamentally we need to think through. How the information architecture is going to look like in those cases. The other part of it always is basically balancing usability and the experience. People pay for experience. These days, we all pay for experience, not necessarily for functionality part. Functionality is commodity. Everybody is giving you the same functionality part of it. If you want to book a flight, I'm sure there are 20 different apps to book a flight. Why do Make My Trip have 50% of market share? Why do people prefer to book it Make My Trip? It is practically because of better experience. Whether it is experience part of the booking or whether it is an experience part of the post-booking part. Right? Those are the kind of why people come back to you. Because all other things being equal, it is experience will drive the differentiation part. Right? So what is the next paradigm of experience look like? If you don't have a UI, if you don't have an app, how is Make My Trip or how is any B2C organization or corporate is going to engage? What is the metrics of experience is going to look like? I think that's the fundamental we need to look for. And again, every time you are chatting, you always have a resource as a constraint, collaboration as a constraint. Now, how do we drive innovation? UI is a little more complex because somebody spoke about why people like thriller. Why because it is suspense. Fundamentally, don't know till things runs. From a back end, I can simulate all the experience before it goes live because everything I look at instrument and it is very structured. In UI, you don't know who is consuming the information, what device is consuming the information, what is the path they are taking it out. If there is a JavaScript error for me, it is not very easy to capture that information and kind of creating any intervention part of it. So with more context coming in, more interaction coming in, how I'm going to make sure that what I'm releasing is basically right up there. So some of the things that came into my mind, we have been experimenting on AI for developing our test suites, creating different scenarios and all that part of it, which we find very interesting. And with Copilot and all of those kind of things, if we can think through the UI, then you probably can think through what is your test cases look like, what will your flow look like. whether it is a simulation of screens or simulation to content or simulation to behavior, all that part of it. We're trying to capture and drive that part of it. That's fundamentally my thought. What I want, I look at these speakers, some really practical cool stuff coming across. I just wanted to take this 10-15 minutes and stimulus our thought, saying where we are, and fundamentally the UI technology is going to change, or the experience is going to change, and what are the different things we should be talking about, right? It's not about, is there a new JS library? Of course, there will be a JS library every 6 months. We have seen that. Technology has changed, it will change. But how long? Is that JS library is going to solve my problems, or is there a better way to interact, better way to collaborate? And most of the time, we have learned from young people coming through because they are following the trends. And the other opportunity why we wanted to do this, because we thought, given this space is opening up, we want a larger community to participate and share knowledge and then grow together. It is very difficult to figure it out. I'm sure different organizations solving different problems, and it is happening in isolation. Until unless they collaborate, we don't know what can be done. We have seen this kind of forum running in West quite a lot. People learn from each other very quickly rather than by doing by themselves. We just want to initiate this forum and make sure that people collaborate, not necessarily where they are doing. I'd be happy if somebody is solving that problem somewhere else, then I know, yeah, this problem is possible, solvable, and these are a number of approaches, and we can collaborate and we can solve together. Thank you guys. Absolutely looking forward to participate.
Thank you, Samir, for an inspiring talk. I think we can all agree that the future of tech is incredibly exciting, and we are walking away with new ideas and perspectives to explore. Let us give him another round of applause for that fantastic session. Just a quick note before we begin. Each talk session will be 30 minutes long, followed by a 5-minute Q&A session. So if you have any questions, please save them for the Q&A at the end. And now let's keep the energy going as we move forward with the next speaker. Up next, we have a speaker who truly understands the intersection of design and development in a way that enhances the workflow for both the teams. Please join me in welcoming Chaitanya, a staff engineer at Razorpay. At Razorpay, he and his team created Blade, the design system that powers the company's front-end solutions. Today, he's here to share his expertise on the very same. Design system tooling, improving design and dev experience. For those of you who might be new to the concept, design system is essentially a collection of reusable components and standards that help both designers and developers work more efficiently. I hope you all have razor-sharp focus for the upcoming talk from Razorpay. Please welcome Mr. Chaitanya.
Thank you for all the kind words. I think I'll reduce some of the things that you mentioned again in my talk. I love the razor-sharp quote. Can we get the slides up? Yeah. First of all, thank you everyone for showing up here on a Saturday morning. I know it's difficult to come on a Saturday morning. It took me 2 cups of coffee to just come up here. But if in case you yawn during my talk, I'll just blame it on the Friday night you had instead of my talk. In case I yawn, I'll just blame it on not enough coffee. So I'm Chaitanya. I work as a staff engineer at Razorpay. I'll do that. Some of you must have heard of Razorpay or must have seen it somewhere. When you're making an online payment, you'll see Razorpay pop up somewhere. If you go into a store, you might even see Razorpay POS devices where you're paying through your cards. In a nutshell, Razorpay is one-stop money solution for businesses. So if money has to move from one page to another, Razorpay is going to be there and help you do it more efficiently. And at Razorpay, I specifically work with Blade. Blade is Razorpay's cross-platform design system that powers their entire front end. And this was built by the amazing team that I work with. Whatever I'm going to talk about today is the work that this team has put in. It's a cumulative effort of the entire team. If there's going to be one takeaway that I'd want you to have from this talk, is that if you want to build a design system, build a team that is passionate about design systems, that is passionate about pixel perfect user interfaces. So even before we get into the rest of the talk, right, let's do a refresher on what is a design system. Like you heard a little bit earlier, design system is a collection of reusable components governed by clear standards. But what does that really mean? Reusable components can be your UI components, like a button or a text input or a drop-down, or it could be your tokens, like your color tokens or your shadow tokens, even border tokens. And these reusable components are governed by clear standards. These standards could be your guidelines and patterns that together form the design language of your brand. But why did Razorpay even need a design system? So we realized that we have a lot of different products that we offer to our merchants as Razorpay. What we wanted to make sure is that when a merchant is moving from one product to another, the familiarity of the product remains the same. The look and feel remains the same. You establish a trust with your user when you have that consistent brand language. If you've used Google's Gmail and Google's Calendar, when you move from one product to another, you know exactly that you're in Google's umbrella. And that's what we wanted to create with Razorpay, an ecosystem, an umbrella of interfaces that belongs to Razorpay. We also ship products on web as well as mobile. So we wanted to make sure that our design language is consistent not only on web, but also on our mobile platforms, Android and iOS. We also wanted to make sure that we make our developers and designers' life easy. So whenever a designer is doing something fancy on Figma, we had to make sure that it can be exactly replicated on code. So this is the mantra we follow for our design system. What you see in design is what you get in code. We have 6+ business verticals at Razorpay, which is maintained by a huge team. We have 100+ front-end engineers and 80+ designers, and all of them build a lot. They're constantly building. So we had to find a way to enable them to build better, build faster. So this is where the design system came in. And we went ahead and we built more than 50 components in our design system. And this really boosted our designer and developer productivity and brand consistency. That's it. Thank you for coming to my talk. That's all I had to talk about today. But even after shipping all the 50 components, I'm still employed at Razorpay, still not fired. So what am I doing at Razorpay while working on Blade? I am trying to make sure I have some job security. So you introduce some bugs so that you can get paid to fix them later. That's generally how things are. Don't share this with my manager, please. I just kid, about 90% kid. I'm not really trying for job security. But what we realized is that while building the design system, we built it on 2 core principles: quality and speed. We want our products to be of extremely high quality, and we want to build them really, really fast. So when we built all the components that you could possibly need, 50+ components, anything that you want to build can be possible with these components. But still, we were not achieving the quality and the speed that we had in mind. There were still some gaps. There was still something missing that was not letting our designers and developers work as efficiently. When we introduced the design system, some people liked it, some people didn't like it, some people hated it. So we had to make sure that we target our audience to the people who disliked it, and how can we solve their problems? What are the challenges they are facing to solve? What we realized after building a bunch of components is that you definitely need a system to scale your build. What do I mean by this is that as Razorpay was growing, we needed a system that can help Razorpay grow more efficiently. But when we built the system, we also realized that we needed tooling to scale our system. What that means is that when you have 100+ engineers and 80+ designers using the same system, you need to find more efficient ways to help them use those systems. Otherwise, they're not going to like it. You introduce any friction, people are not going to like it. It's almost like saying I bought a treadmill, and because I bought a treadmill, I'm automatically fit. But that is not how it works. I need to find the right shoes to run on the treadmill. I need to maybe have a fitness tracker to run on the treadmill. I need the right kind of motivation to actually get on the treadmill and run. I need to give it enough time for me to get fit. So just buying a treadmill is not going to get you fit. If the treadmill is 1 kilometer away, there's a friction between me going on the treadmill. I'm not going to do that. If it's 10 floors below my building, still a friction, not going to do that. If it's in my hall, right outside my bedroom, there's a higher chance that I will actually use the treadmill. And this is where we realize that tooling will help us solve these problems. So that's what I'm here to talk about today, design system tooling and how we build some tooling at Razorpay to improve our designer and developer experience. So even before we started identifying gaps for other teams, we did a little bit of introspection. No, we didn't go for therapy, but we just looked at all the inconsistencies and all the inefficiencies in how our team, the Blade team, operates. And we first wanted to solve for that. What we realized early on is that we have a lot of design tokens. We have a lot of colors, a lot of borders, a lot of spacing, and all of this is maintained on Figma as a source of truth. And porting this to code requires you to move everything to an object model. And this is just a small snippet of the code, but it will go into thousands of lines because we have light theme, dark theme, and very nested tokens. So we have to make sure that these stay in sync somehow. If I'm making change on Figma, it has to automatically reflect somehow on my code as well. There were too many tokens that were leading to human error. If somebody is manually updating those tokens, adding those tokens, it's going to lead to some human error. So we built a plugin. We call it the token publisher plugin. I hope you all can see this. So if you observe carefully here, this is our Figma file and all of these other tokens that are available from Blade. And here I'm just changing a few tokens from whitish to greenish. And I'm running the token publisher plugin. The moment I run this, it will automatically trigger a GitHub action that will fetch all the tokens and actually raise a PR that has all the token changes that I made on Figma. So anytime a designer makes any change, that's it, automatically it's depending on our code. Another thing that we realized while doing the introspection was we were breaking things a lot. We were shipping fast, we were breaking a lot, we were building new components, we are changing it from time to time, and people don't like it. When you break something in production, people are going to fight back. So every new change, every new commit brought in a lot of uncertainty. So we added sanity checks on our pull requests. We wrote a lot of unit tests to make sure that our components behave exactly how we want them to behave. So on every PR, we run all of these tests to make sure that our components are behaving exactly how we want them to behave. We also wrote a bunch of interaction tests. So interaction tests essentially spins up a browser in your CI. It'll maybe run down a drop-down. It'll move the mouse to the drop-down. It'll open the drop-down. If the drop-down opens as intended, your interaction test has passed. If it doesn't, something went wrong with your new change. So we have written a lot of interaction tests for a lot of our complex components like drop-down, bottom sheet, tables. We also realize that our end consumers are obsessed with bundle sizes. We want our performance to be top-notch. So even a little bit of KB addition is not going to be well received with our end developers. So what we started doing is for every pull request that anybody raises to the repo, we automatically generate a bundle size diff. This will exactly tell you how much of an impact you're going to have on the bundle size whenever you make any change, whether you're reducing or increasing the bundle size. And this will actually catch unintended changes. So for example, if I raise a PR where I'm adding a library that's 2 MBs, it's going to catch that. And we can do that in the PR review itself and stop this from going into the main branch. What we also realized is that a lot of our developers were constantly asking us to fix bugs, to make new enhancements to our existing components. And we wanted to make sure that when we are fixing a bug for our end developers, it should actually fix their problem, not just the bug. So what we do is on every pull request, on every single commit in that pull request, it automatically generates an installable build. So if you see here, yarn add npm install, we can just share this with our developers, they can install this specific version of Blade on their product and see if this has fixed their problem. We introspected, we saw the problems that we were having in our workflows. Then we moved on to the product teams and tried to understand what are the challenges they are facing, what is stopping them from using our system as we intended to use it. So one of the surprising feedback that we got was that the token syntax on Figma looks something like this. So this is the color token, surface slash text slash primary slash normal. And we were fine with it, this looks okay. But the challenge was that on code, this corresponds to surface.text.primary.normal because it's an object. And our developers did not like it. They didn't want to replace the slashes with dots because that impact their efficiency. And developers are inherently trying to optimize their workflows. So what we had to do is match these tokens to those tokens. So naturally, we built another plugin. We call this the token syntax plugin. So if you see the token syntax here, you can see the code syntax here, it's completely empty. And you have to go into individual tokens to see this. We are just running the token dev syntax plugin. And now if I go back into any of the tokens, you can see here there is a code syntax, surface.background.gray. What that means is, this is how a developer's workflow will look like now. This is an amount component on the left, and this is the Figma screen. The developer is trying to understand what color this amount component is using. Surface.text.gray.normal. This used to be surface/text/gray/normal, but now it's just dots. What this means is, automatically copy to clipboard, paste it in code. That's it. You don't have to think about what color to use or if you need to match the token with a separate token on the code base. This is an interesting one. So if you recall, I was talking about how this is the mantra we follow. What you see in design is what you get in code. And this is, we were almost there. I wouldn't say this always happens. There are a lot of gaps, especially when we started doing this, there were a lot of gaps. And what we were able to do was control this on the developer end. So if you have a batch component, it will have a very limited set of colors that it can choose it from. And it's very easy to control from the dev end because there is no CSS prop exposed, there's no style prop exposed. There's no way for a developer to override this, which means we have complete control on what colors are going into the batch. But if you're a designer, you can do this. This dreaded button called detach syntax, detach instance. What this does is, this component still looks like a component from our design system, but it's no more a design system component. What it will allow the designers to do now is detach the colors as well and change it to whatever they want. And now this becomes a problem because our developers cannot reproduce this on code because the batch essentially on code is restricted to a certain number of components. And this started happening very, very frequently. Our designers would just come and tell us, hey, it's okay, it's just a color change. How does it matter? Just change it to the color I want. The next day they're like, hey, it's okay, it's just a border change. How does it matter? Just 4 pixel, 0 pixel is fine. Then it's just a shadow change. I want it to look cool. Then it's just a font change. This font reflects my use case a lot more than the font that you have given me. And towards the end, you start asking yourself, is this even a brand anymore? We started from this and we ended here. A, the designer has completely gone against the Razorby brand. B, the developer can't do this on code, which means this is going to lead to a lot of dev and design friction. You've broken quality, you're no more aligned to the brand, and now developers and designers can't get along. So the gap we identified was that detaching component instances was leading to a lot of dev and design friction. So we built a plugin. We call this the Blade Coverage plugin. So this is entirely on Figma. If you see, this is a Figma design of Razorby's dashboard. I'm selecting the entire frame and running the blade coverage plugin. So like you can see here, this is now showing me the blade coverage is good, it's 94%, and there are only 2 components in the entire screen that are used without blade. And if you look closely, it doesn't just give you this card, but it also highlights in red which are the components that are not from blade. So you can easily tell your designer, hey, you need to change this because I can't do this in dev. And this we established as a process for our dev design handoff. If a design is coming to a developer without a badge, developers are not going to accept it. And if it's coming with a badge, we know exactly how to replicate this on the code as well. So, people have started using the coverage plugin really well. They have 90 plus coverage percentage, in some cases 100% coverage. But writing that UI can be repetitive. I've used the word repetitive because I didn't want to call my job boring. But it can be repetitive, it can be exhausting. So we wanted to find a way on how can we make this easier for our developers. So we built a plugin. We call this the Razor Sharp plugin. This is the same design that you saw earlier. I'm in dev mode. I'm selecting this portion of the code which I want to replicate, of the design which I want to replicate on code. I'm going to the plugin section and running Razor Sharp. And if you see here on the right side, there is an import statement that tells you exactly which components you need to import from Blade. And there is a piece of code as well that tells you how you need to code this. So what we'll do is we'll copy these imports, we'll copy this entire code and paste it in our code editor. And that's it. That's all it took to generate the entire UI. So we saw there was a way for designers to calculate the coverage that their designs have for Blade. We saw how developers can easily replicate that on code as well by just copy pasting the code. But even after I've copy pasted the code, even though I know my design has 90 plus coverage, how do I ensure my actual code, what I'm writing in my local host, has a good coverage as well? Yeah, you're right. We built a plugin. So technically, it's not a plugin. It's a Chrome extension that you can install. And if you see, this is the same design, but actually coded. And there's a local host over there. So this is on our local host. And now all I have to do is run this coverage extension. And it can also highlight the non-Blade items. So now I know exactly the code I've developed, how much Blade coverage percentage it has, and it will exactly highlight which portion of my code is not from Blade. So designers can't get away with it, developers can't get away with it. The next thing that we kept thinking about is impact. We built so many things, we built plugins, we built so many components, we're making our developers and designers' lives easier. But our leadership keeps asking us about impact. What are you doing with all of this? How do I know if the design system team is actually progressing in the right direction? How do I know that I still need to invest in the design system? So the gap was that there was not a lot of visibility in the impact that the design system was creating. So what we did is we did a static code analysis for our Blade usage. So what this actually does is, there is an analysis script which runs in a GitHub action every week. This script will go across every single front-end repos at Razorpay and try to understand how many components are used from the design system, and not just that, not just the component usage, but also on a single component which props everybody is using. So we know there's 200 people are using the button component, out of which 150 is the variant of primary and 50 is the variant of secondary. So we know exactly how our users are using what we are building. And we send this back to our analytics service. So we can draw some insights into how our users are using our design system, what they're using, what they're not using, what's helpful, what's not helpful. But we were still not satisfied with this because this was still static code analysis. We can go to our repos and understand imports, but what happens there is if I make an abstraction on a button, I make one abstraction, but I use that in 100 places. Does that mean button is only used once? No, it is used in a lot of places. Then we wanted to understand the real use of blade coverage because this is what will actually give us insight into what blade coverage is in production for our users. So we already knew how to calculate on a page what the coverage is because of the Figma plugin and our Chrome coverage extension. So what we started doing is on every page load, I don't know if you can see this is a page load icon, on every page load of any Razor-based product, we run a coverage analysis script. And this is for our real user. If you log in as a merchant on Razorpay and the page loads, this script will load as well. It will go through all the nodes in the DOM, understand which is coming from Blade, which is not coming from Blade, establish a coverage percentage, send it back to our analytics service. What this helped us in doing is actually derive meaningful insights on how Blade is being used in production. So we know how much coverage every single page has of Razorpay when it comes to Blade. And this will actually help us tell our leadership that this is the direction we are heading towards. If you see a trend line, it's always going up. If it goes down, we're doing something wrong. And this will also help us push individual teams of individual pages to actually make changes and improve their Blade coverage. And just like any other tech talk, it won't really be a tech talk if I don't talk about AI. This is artificial intelligence, by the way, not Apple intelligence. So I'm just getting that lawsuit out of the way. So we started thinking about how we can leverage AI to boost our efficiency, to solve some of our challenges. And we spent the last few months just brainstorming on how AI can actually add value to our systems. So one of the first gaps that we realized is that we built a design system. It has a lot of good components that people can use, but we built a design system far too late. Razorpay as a company was existing for a long time. They already have a lot of products and a lot of pages that are already built with legacy UI. And it's so old that nobody wants to touch it anymore. Nobody wants to go there and redesign it or recreate the UI with a modern look. Nobody has bandwidth, nobody has expertise, nobody wants to take the risk. So how can we solve for this? How can we make sure that our older pages also look like our new design system and we don't end up like Google settings where that is not material UI anymore? So we built an AI-powered code migration. We wanted to make sure that our developers don't have to put in any efforts to migrate old code to use Blade. So we actually trained an AI to understand what Blade is, to understand what our existing components are in our dashboards, and how it can migrate it from the old to the new one. So if you see in this demo, this is Razorpay's payments link page, which is using a very old design system. This has a coverage of 10%, which is extremely low. And changing this would take a lot of efforts, especially the bottom part, which is a table. So what we did is, we created an AI code mod. If you see the imports here, the table is coming from a common table body, which is some really old table that somebody had created. And if you see further down, the structure of this table is a div with a native table element. It has a class name that is giving it some styling. And this is how the file looks like. But when we run the code mod on this file, it translates it automatically to using the Blade components. So this table is now coming from Blade. And if you see the import here, everything is automatically imported from Blade. So our developers essentially had to put in no efforts to migrate an older page to use Blade. And now if I refresh my page and run the Compass plugin again, this is now built with the new Blade interface, and the coverage is now 27%. We went from 10% to 27% within a matter of seconds, without any developer input, just AI doing this for us. And we plan to do this not just for table components, for entire pages going forward, so that developers can spend their time doing meaningful tasks instead of migrating old stuff to new stuff. The next thing that we realize is that we are a small team. You saw the size of my team versus the number of engineers that are there in Razorpay. 100 plus engineers, 80 plus designers, and all of us come on the Slack channel on the design system and ask us way too many questions that we spent a lot of time answering, and that was getting very unscalable for us. So what we started doing is we built an AI-powered Blade bot. This is an intro video that we built for our internal developers and designers. So here, Anurag is asking the Blade bot, how can I install Blade and get started? And now it's giving it complete instructions on how Anurag can do this. How to install fonts, how to even wrap with Blade providers, along with some relevant links that will help Anurag get started without needing anybody's help. Now, since Anurag is new to the design system, he's trying to figure out how can he use a tooltip with his badge. There are two separate components. I have to understand how tooltip works and how badge works. But when I ask it to Blade bot, the bot has given me the entire code on how to use the tooltip with the badge. And not just that, the bot has also given me, okay, yeah. Let's just see this again. So here's the entire code for the tooltip, which has a badge inside it with the right kind of props, an explanation of what the tooltip component is doing, and also some helpful links on how the developer can go to the tooltip documentation and the badge documentation, the exact URL to the badge documentation to read more about it. And we realize that it's not just about how to use our components, because sure, that's adding a lot of value. But what surprised us the most is that when our engineers or designers ask us questions like these, can we add constraints on a checkbox to select only one instead of multiple selection? Now, this looks fine. This is a valid ask. I just want to select one checkbox at a time, which means that if I have 3 options, I have yes, no, maybe. I only want to select one at a time. I don't want to select 2 at a time. So how can we do it on a checkbox? You can. Maybe checkbox can be a control checkbox, where you have a prop that is enabled or is not enabled. And you can toggle that between different checkboxes. And that's what we thought the Blade bot is going to say, hey, you can use it as a control component and decide how you want to trigger the checkboxes when. But the bot went one step further and actually spoke about how checkboxes are inherently designed for multiple selections. If you want to allow only a single selection, you should use a radio group, not a checkbox. And it also gave it an exact example of how to use the radio group. And in a lot of cases, what we also realized is we didn't want our Blade bot to be over smart. We didn't want them to answer questions that don't have answers to. For example, in this case, the requirement was to have buttons, indicator buttons on top of the carousel image, as well as the next and previous buttons on the carousel image. Now the problem is that we built the carousel inherently in a way that the indicator is below the image and the buttons are besides the image. And there was no way for our designers or developers to achieve this. This is a valid ask. This is what we should improve on. So the Blade bot didn't go ahead and say, hey, you know what, you can find a way to do this. Blade bot actually accepted the fact that this is not something that we support today. For your use case, I recommend you to follow a deviation guideline to propose this feature. So deviation guideline is something that we follow internally to make sure that if you have a new request, you can raise it to the design system team and we can accommodate it. It also told the engineer who was asking the question that if this is a necessary feature, please raise a Jira ticket and the team will look into it. So we are hoping we evolve on AI going further. We have a bunch of ideas that we want to implement in terms of AI, and hopefully you'll see a lot more coming in from Razorpay and Blade. Blade is completely open sourced. The code is open sourced. The Figma files are open sourced. You can go in, use it, tweak it, build your own experiences with it, learn from it, whatever you want, contribute to it. Please fix our bugs. We'll be more than happy. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Nick, for this opportunity. And we can find you on the next conference.
so much, Chaitanya, for that incredibly insightful talk. It is clear that design system tooling is not just about improving the aesthetic, but also about maintaining consistency. And it's also a powerful way to enhance collaboration between design and development teams. Now it is time for question and answers. So please tell me.
So thanks for giving this. So I had one question from you. During your whole talk, what is the role of test engineering in the whole stack? What you like how the test engineering helps in scaling this, right from the functional security, performance testing, automation, how things are built up there.
Sure, yeah, that's a great question. I think some things we've done for tests is we've written a lot of unit tests and interaction tests that help us make sure that whatever changes we are making are not breaking anything that already exists in production. So that's where test engineering helped us. We've written a lot of tests to make sure that we don't introduce something that is going to break something else. But I understand that is not enough. Another thing that I didn't cover in this talk is we also do visual diff checks. So any new PR that is released, we try to understand what did these components look like before and what do they look like now. If there is even a pixel of difference, the diff check will actually catch it and we'll know it right on the PR. But even when we do all of this on the design system, on the product end, we still need thorough testing. So for example, when I was talking about migrating older pages to the new system, that comes with two costs, right? One is a developer cost, where a developer has to put in their efforts to make sure that they migrate everything. We try to solve for that cost by building an AI tool, and that reduced our developer cost immensely. But what we still need to do is we still need a QA engineering team to make sure that whatever changes we are building, whatever changes we are making with the migration, before it goes to production, it gets thoroughly tested. So that I think would be an entirely different talk. We do a lot of testing. We have a lot of end-to-end test cases for all of our products in place that run in an automated fashion. And we also have QA engineers who also do double sanity check once the end-to-end tests have passed for critical routes like our checkout experience or our merchant dashboard experience. So test engineering does seep in on both design and product for us.
So do you see the value from the test engineering team in the entire process, as well as it's kind of, so what do you think? It's manual intervention or the automation testing is more necessary?
I am always in favor of automation, so I would be biased here. I prefer automating things so that the QA team that we have can focus on critical parts and not focus on non-critical parts. So whatever is non-critical, whatever can, even if it breaks, it's not going to break. It's not going to impact our revenue. If it doesn't impact our revenue, maybe we don't need a manual QA there. If it impacts our revenue, we need a manual QA there to make sure it's not breaking. So we do have manual QAs in place who use things like browser stack to run different test cases. So we also evolved our QA engineering team to not just do manual checks, but also write end-to-end tests. So we have this philosophy where developers need to own their tests. So developer has to write end-to-end tests as well as unit tests, but only for the P0 flows, only for the critical flows. If other flows are there, which a developer has not written tests for, the QA team can come in and do it for us.
Okay. So, do you think automation will replace the manual testers? Like, see, there is a lot of old talks going on around it. Okay. So, automation is something which I believe from my side, it's like it's just a check. Okay. Once there is a manual intervention, there is a deep thinking into that, context-driven testing. Everything has to be done. So it's like. I do believe this, like manual testers cannot be replaced.
Right.
Definitely, they have to upskill to automation testers.
That's absolutely correct. I wake up every day thinking, will AI take my job? But I have to evolve myself in a way that I can work well with AI. I think automation testers have to do the same. In fact, they are already doing the same. I see a lot of very skilled automation engineers who are bringing in amazing solutions even within my org. We have staff engineers who are SDET, who are test engineers on a staff level, who are bringing in amazing solutions for our testing problems. So manual QA is not going anywhere. It will just be enhanced with automation and AI.
I think it's just a fancy word automation, but definitely a human intervention will be required to test any of the application, whether it's AI or AI coming into picture.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think if anyone has any more questions, we request you to directly reach out to Chaitanya and get each and every question clarified. So, moving on. Up next, we have our next speaker. Now it's time to dive into one of the most important aspects of modern web development, performance. Please join me in welcoming Dhananjay Kumar, the Director of Engineering at MakeMyTrip. Dhananjay. Dhananjay has been instrumental in shaping the engineering strategies at one of the biggest travel platforms in the world. His expertise lies in building high-performance, scalable web applications that deliver seamless user experience. Today, he's here to talk about a topic that is crucial for every front-end developer: performance. The performance pipeline is the process of optimizing how web applications are loaded and interacted with by users. Dhananjay will walk us through the best practices, tools and strategies that he and his team at MakeMyTrip use to create fast, reliable, and efficient front-end systems. So without further ado, let's welcome Dhananjay to the stage.
Thanks a lot. I think quite exaggerated, but thanks for the kind words. Good morning, everyone. Few lines Chaitanya has already told that you guys kind of ensure that you are turning up on a Saturday morning. I will not repeat, but I repeat it. Okay, so first of all, thanks Chaitanya. I mean, what you presented to us, I think all of us are still thinking, right? It was just a magical world. So thank you to take us through a state where a design can be converted into code without any deviation. Maybe something which all of us aspire to. And you have presented it where you made it look like a effortless. So that's where we are going to start. Okay. Cool. So all of us have seen that if we use Blade, what happens, right? We have seen Chaitanya has followed Blade not only in his company, he has also followed Blade in his presentation. Now let me show you all. If we do not use Blade, what happens? This happens. So this is without Blade, right? So what I'm trying to tell you over here is, you would have observed every slide was consistent. There was a theme, right? That's what I think we try to achieve, the mid-ware Weaver design system. We are yet to do that. Great. So let me just come to the topic which I wanted to bring to this stage. Slightly philosophical, but a bit of nuggets which I think all of us we could use to ensure that we are moving in the right direction. Before that, I am Dhananjay. I work with MakeMyTrip Engineering. I describe myself as someone who knows a bit of lots of things, not someone who is master of something. So maybe give me your questions accordingly. Great. So this is the 3 points which I want to cover. First is performance. Performance is something all of us relate to, but maybe the way we relate is very, very different. For me, the performance might be different the way maybe someone else is kind of achieving it. So what we will do, we'll try to set a ground rule that what kind of performance we are going to talk about. We'll delve into some performance nudges. And the last one, I think that is where not only to engineering team, but maybe it will also relate to product and everyone else. Then how do I ensure the performance is not one-off incidents? Performance becomes part of your life cycle, right? Performance should be embedded into the product development. So that's going to be the focus. So as we saw in the previous slide, this is the way I see a very simple web application. Any web application at minimum is going to have something like this, right? You will have a client through which you are accessing it. You will have a server, you will have an application layer origin from where you are serving it. You may have a CDN. Now that we are talking about performance, so you should have a CDN for sure. Now if you see, I have chosen this color with some thoughts. The green ones are the one, these are the ones which are levers available to us as a developer, where we could control something, right? For example, the moment I am preparing my application as server, there are multiple things which I can do to kind of keep my system always in check, right? I can always ensure that how much is my document size, I can always ensure what kind of assets are getting embedded and all, right? So that's a controlled environment. Then I transfer all the assets to a CDN to ensure that these assets are reaching to the end user in the most optimal manner. Again, maybe a bit of control. Once your assets are served at the client, what you do is you try to tell, okay, not all the things which I have shipped to browser or to app is going to change every now and then. So it's a combination of static and dynamic stuff, right? So you would want to reuse your static deliveries. Whatever you have delivered once, maybe you would be interested that, okay, why don't you keep a copy at your end so that next time when you come, it should not be transferred over the wire. So these are some of the controls which we have. What is in maybe red, pink, whatever color you could see, this is the area which is not in our control, right? Very simple example, someone is accessing makemytrip.com, sitting somewhere on some sort of device, on some sort of network. I don't know how much time the data will take to get transferred, because that's proportional to the bandwidth maybe. But I just cannot use it as an excuse that, okay, I don't know, maybe my user is on a flaky network, patchy network, so why don't he upgrade? I can't say that, right? So I have to do something about it. I have to ensure that even if you're coming to 7th floor in a lift and your network is very, very, almost non-existent, it's still your application should be accessible. How do I do it? We'll come to it. But yeah, that's the ground I wanted to kind of set. So my whole next set of slides will be kind of hovering around it. The performance which we just now defined. So we have spoken about performance, we have spoken about some of the levers. I'll just quickly run through some of the popular line items or checklists which we follow to ensure that our stuffs are always optimal. Most of you are already aware. It's not in any specific particular order. Whatever comes to my mind, I have just kind of added to this slide. So you ensure that your application has a great Web Vital score, right? If you are an SEO, you have to do anyway. So I hope you understand LCP, INP, CLS. Why INP is in bold? I think March 12th, if you guys remember, that's the date. Google decided that, okay, enough is enough. Either you adhere to my INP guidelines, or you may start losing your rank, right? So all the people who work towards SEO, they would have seen a dip maybe on their performance charts on Google Search Console. We also did. And it was a heavy meeting, right? And INP wasn't something which is very straightforward. It took lots of tweaks, lots of change in our process to kind of fix it. I'll not go into detail. There are some case studies which are published. Redbus team has published something, and maybe you can go through it. Of course, you have to ensure that whatever assets you are transferring to the client is highly optimized. You want to ensure that the minimal stuffs are getting transferred. You don't want to transfer everything on the first page. So that's where you would do chunking, you will do compression, minification, all of it. The part, the last line, right? This is something which where I'm interested into. That whatever I have now shipped, all these assets have reached to destination. In this case, destination is, let's say, browser. I am using some headers to give some signal to my browser that, hey browser, here are this 10 stuff. At least keep this 5 stuff always with you. Do not ask, right? If the user is coming second time, third time, fourth time, you should not be asking this asset again and again. Even if you ask, give me some sort of a signal that okay, you have a copy, I will not transfer. You remember I was talking about data transfer? So that's where maybe we are talking about that, okay, I can use these headers to establish an agreement between client and the server, telling that if you have a copy, also tell me that you have a copy so that I do not transfer. That is the total asset, total payload which is going over the wire is always controlled. So we'll go into deep. So before we go into some of the solutions, let's do a very quick check. So I have opened Make My Trip. I hope all of you have used for various purposes, right? Is it like visible? Can you guys see the dev toolbar? Cool. So let's just spend some time on this, and I just want to establish some fact. So if you just see this right side column, it says size, you would see lots of JavaScript files and other static assets. They are right now being served from memory cache. That means these are the assets which are definitely, we have set some sort of header where we are saying, okay, you keep this file with you for some time. This is in seconds, 86,400, which is equal to 1 day. I don't know why 1 day, but yeah. So we have kept 1 day. Similarly, there will be something which we would have kept for 1 year and likewise. So here is a control which we are using and everyone uses to give a signal to this browser that okay, if this asset is with you, keep using this asset until this expires. Now very quick trivia. When I say okay, this asset, whatever webpack manifests some hash.js, it has a max age of 695 and access control max age is 86,400. When I say it is 86,400, since when? Is it clear? Is it obvious? Any attempt? Yeah? Anyone? Sorry? First time logging. Okay, anyone else? Yeah. So I heard first time login. First load. Okay. No, I think good attempts, but yeah, actually what it means is when this file was generated at the server, right? Not when it was kind of downloaded at the client, right? So this is very small number, right? 1 day, but assume that this file was served with a header where I'm telling you it is for 30 days, right? So maybe this file is generated sometime at the server. For the next 30 days, if this user is coming from the same browser again and again, he need not to kind of get it a newer copy. But anyway, the point which I wanted to kind of stress upon, it is like a promise. So I, as a Make My Trip developer, I made a promise to this user who is accessing, this asset is delivered to you. Now you keep visiting me for next 1 month. You need not to transfer this much byte. And how much byte is this? Let's also see that. So if you see, there is some file with 218 KB and likewise, right? So these are heavy files, right? And total JS, if you see, we have downloaded roughly 1.2 MB, right? So it's quite a cost. And maybe this is one of the optimized site, right? The HTTP archive, which collects the data from various popular sites, they say on an average, when you visit a site, the average data transfer only for JavaScript could be anywhere from 750 KB to maybe 2 MB, right? So we are really somewhere in the middle. But the point is, someone who is accessing this application is actually incurring a lot of cost. And right now we only talked about JavaScript. Don't forget, we also have CSS, we also have images, we also have fonts, we also have various other stuff. So that is heavy cost, right? While serving it, I'm making a promise to this user that, okay, pay this cost once for next 1 month. This is free, right? You should not be charged for any data transfer. But am I really doing that? So what happens if you see this file, right? There are some hashes. And why these hashes are appended to the file path? For a specific purpose, that tomorrow when I do a new release, I'll change this hash so that the browser would say, okay, it's a new asset. So I have to download it again. Though I made a promise in the beginning, keep it for 30 days, now I am kind of breaking my promise. How often we do it? Okay, how often we do a web release? Sorry? Once a week, you're optimized guy. Okay, anyone who do every day web release every day? Okay, I see 1 hand, 2 hand, 3 hand, or so many hands. Anyone who does multiple times in a day? Okay, great. Okay, don't accept these sites. No, kidding that. There are solutions. But see what's happening here, right? Okay, let's go back to the point which I was trying to make. I'm making a promise to this user of mine who is accessing, and I'm telling, okay, boss, you have paid cost to me. I'm ensuring that you will not be charged if you come to this until this max age, right? But the release happens, hash changes, promise is broken. Not only that promise is broken, the sad part, whatever is the size of the file, if it was 250 KB, you made a release, how many lines did you change? Generally, you're not changing the whole 250 lines, right? 250 KB. Maybe you are introducing a change of 1 KB, few bytes. For a change of few bytes, you're charging me 250 KB. Is it fair? Fair? No, right? That's the petition I have as a user. Don't charge me, right? But then this is very different, right? You would say, you only came again, right? You are asking my application. It's up to you. You will be charged. So with this question, with this thought, lots of people have been kind of, working upon. Here is this guy. Anyone recognize him? Any wild guess? Okay, I'm pretty sure you will recognize the next slide. Anyone recognize this site? Okay. Web page test, right? So web page test, I as a front-end developer, I feel this is superhero. Whatever maybe I would have done just because of this one site, right? Now this site was developed by this guy. He is Patrick Menon. Patrick Menon, out of his own interest, has developed this whole application. It is his side project, individual project. It has been, it was all this year, it was free. I think a few years back it was bought by Cashpoint. So now it's a few of the features are paid, otherwise majority of it is free. This guy is actually superhero for all of us, for all the front-end developers. A reason being, not only he has given us a tool which simplifies our life to the hilt, he also tells us what to do. And then he takes the next step. he says, okay, the cheating which we have been doing with our users, you could actually fix it. How do we fix it? I think a year back, Google has released something called shared dictionary. So before I talk about shared dictionary, let me just spend some time on, again, file transfer, compression. So when we are transferring any asset from my origin to client, I'm ensuring that so the size which I have seen, right, 200 KB, actually it is not 200 KB, one more cheating, right? It must be 1 MB or something. I am using some compression. Either I am using gzip, Brotli, Z standard, something, and within this compression again there are different layers. And maybe I am using the highest level, right? Layer 7 or layer 11. That means I am ensuring that 1 MB file gets compressed to 200 KB, get transferred to you, and you are good. Then I do a release. Okay, I will not repeat, but you understood, right? So let's think a while. Can I do something like this? Can I say, first time when I'm sharing my asset, let's name it. Let's call it is main.js or main-v1.js. That means this is the first time a user is downloading one of my library at his or her browser. And the size was 200 KB. That time, if somehow I could tell to the browser that, okay, not only cache it, use it as a reference. Something called use it as a dictionary. That was the motivation behind this. Where now Chrome supports this feature. It is behind our origin trial. They say that, okay, you can actually, as a developer, I could take control of it and I can decide that among whatever I am shipping, some of this will be used as a dictionary. So that next time when I'm doing a main-v2, I'm not only generating main-v2, I'm also generating a diff of main-v2 over main-v1. That means now I have two assets. One main-v2, which could be 200 KB, one main-v2 diff.js, which may be 20 bytes, 1 KB. Is it sounding good? Is it a good world to be in? That now, the promise I made in past, that okay, this file is with you on your browser, it is valid for 30 days, it actually is the case. Because next time, I'm not transferring everything over. I'm only transferring the diff. That's what shared dictionary do. How it works, I'll just quickly kind of jump into it, but yeah, whatever I think I spoke, I've written here. Yeah, so it can kind of eat up to 90% reduction, right? So take the example of 200 KB, maybe now you're shipping only 20 KB, right? How do we do it? Sounds very good, I think philosophical, and also maybe all of us would be interested to achieve it. How do we do it? There are some snippets. It all depends on two things. One, some right usage of headers. Second, right usage of some tooling. So what are those headers? Let's quickly look into it. I think all of us recognize except encoding. We have been using all through our life. Different kind of compression strategies. The two new which are introduced are br-d and z standard-d. Br is Brotli. So Brotli dictionary and z standard dictionary is the two new helps for us. Then you would see there is another header called available dictionary. And there is something, some gibberish, some hash. What's happening here is, let's say I as a developer decided that my main-v1.js should be used as a dictionary for future releases. I could while making the request for the next version of it. So let's say, okay, let me just make it clear. So you came to makemytrip.com for the first time. You got something downloaded on your browser. Now you are visiting makemytrip.com for the second time. So when you are visiting for the second time, what's happening? Your client is again going to make call for all the assets. This time when it is making the call, it would also insert these new headers. So when I say available dictionary and this hash actually refers to the previous main-v1.js which is available with you on your browser. And while serving main-v1.js, I would have used something called use as dictionary, match, and then give some regex. You could also generate your dictionary, which is very arbitrary, not pertaining to one file, but maybe very generic, and it pertains to collection of files. So you could write your regex here, what kind of file it should be targeting at. You could also actually control for how long this dictionary should work. So you could specify your TTL. So just by the combination of the first two, while serving I have mentioned that okay, this is a dictionary. While requesting I'm using this, I have some sort of a tool in my hand which allows me to kind of improve my experience. So this whole thing is true for all the static assets. I could actually do it also for dynamic assets. Say you ship something like configs, and it's a huge mammoth JSON file, right? And it keeps on changing because of whatsoever reason. You could also use something like a link tag with a new attribute for rel dictionary, and you can actually send dictionary with a .dat file, and you could just again do a diff, right? So all of this is still like within the origin trial, but very much available, being used on YouTube desktop browser, right? And it has kind of given YouTube almost optimized results of more than 90%. So first part we have discussed that, okay, what are the headers we have to use? Second part, how do we actually generate it? So as we discussed, there are two headers, right? br-d and z-d. So broadly supports it. When you are actually doing a build of your assets, that is the time you could actually now start using some CLI for broadly, where you could say that, okay, this main-v2.js, which is getting generated, use the previous copy as a reference and also generate a diff. So now in your public folder, you would have two copies, the complete copy and the diff copy. So that's pretty much about how we are ensuring that we are no more breaking our promise. MakeMyTrip will soon adopt it, and when we adopt, we will announce. Now, let me just quickly jump into the section, which definitely I want to go much more deeper. So, see, my philosophy is today we are motivated, today we are talking about it. Maybe in my next release, I'll do it. Maybe my second release, I'll do it. But day after, week after, month after, will I stay motivated? No, we are human, right? Humans are prone to be, non-consistent, and so is all of us. So we go through cycling motivation, right? So we have to ensure that if I'm talking about some performance, it should become part of process. If it is not part of process, it do not exist, right? So very quickly, I see there are three hooks which we could utilize, and we can take complete leverage of to ensure it's no more my choice, it's no more my team choice, it's become part of process. What I could do, I think all of us you are aware, during build pipeline, various solutions. One is, at least you should get to know that when are you deviating from your benchmarks, right? So you could use performance hints from Webpack, which allows you to set some sort of guardrails. You could very much say that in my web application, none of image can be more than 20 KB. If it is more than 20 KB, your build can fail. It can throw error, it can throw a body, totally up to you how do you want to configure, but you could do it. You could also say, none of my page should have so many connections, right? You could control connections, requests, size, time, almost everything. So this is a very simple example what all you could do during build. Similarly, once your build is ready, hopefully you will go through some sort of a test, right? So even you could leverage your test pipeline, and you will ensure that, okay, I'm not deviating from my performance benchmarks. Very simple example, you could use Lighthouse CI. right? Which is capturing the vitals. And the moment it sees that, okay, you are deviating from your vital, it can very much halt your release. So these two parts is fine. This part is interesting, which is very different for front end compared to back end. In back end, you have an advantage. Every time someone accesses your one of the endpoint, you get a trace. So you know from where the request is coming, what kind of network, what kind of user agent, how much time it took, was it successful, fail, or whatever. In front end, it doesn't happen on its own. We have to put some effort, right? So that's where there are lots of solutions now, like real user monitoring. You could very much have your own solutioning where you are kind of capturing some insights, performance insights from your web application. When it is running somewhere on someone's device, push it to one of your server, put it to one of your dashboard, configure some alerts. So now you will get to know that not only my systems are same when it is built, my systems are same when it is tested. We can always also get to know my systems are same and safe when it is being consumed. That's pretty much. I think I'm in time. Thank you. There are some of the references. Okay, did I say this? Okay. So I'll share these slides over Twitter handle. So whatever I spoke, almost everything is covered here. We can go into detail and chat. Slides will be shared on my Twitter handle and also on Upfront91. So follow and get the access of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dhananjay. Requesting you to come up on stage until the Q&A session is done. So now for the next 5 minutes, if anybody has any questions, please go ahead.
Don't grill me for next 5 minutes.
Huh?
I said don't grill me for next 5 minutes. Okay. But yeah, any question?
Anybody?
Yeah.
Not a question, but when you showed the Chrome inspector, the 1.2 MB was actually all the assets.
Yes.
So you were actually doing quite good.
Thank you. Okay. So that was a compliment to make my trip, not a question. Oh, was it so clear? Okay. Yeah, we have one question here.
Thank you for the insightful session, first of all. And one question I have is that when you implement this new shared dictionary, so you have said that YouTube have already implemented it. How can we properly test this because all the assets are served from the CDN and we have limited control over it?
Very good question. And I think I missed, so thanks for asking this question. So what he's saying is right. You remember my first slide where I talked about 3 interfaces. You have the server, you have a CDN in between, and the client. So it's not that I did everything on my application layer. I'm passing the right sort of header from my client and things will work out of magic. CDN also has to support. The good news is there are, what I remember, 2 or 3, I'm not sure about Akamai, but Cloudflare is already kind of supporting it. Right? So you could very much go and configure. So even all the CDNs would start understanding this header and they will start serving the right response. I hope that answers.
Yeah, thank you. Any more questions?
I think we have a question.
Thank you. So I was asking like most of the time you are talking about like sizing, but is it like going to create more of the like impact on the performance side from like processing side because now it has to like use the dictionary and the div and apply over on top of it, or is it like already compensating because we are not really kind of reading the whole new file? Is it being taken care somehow?
So if I understood your question, you are saying, though I have reduced the size, which is getting shipped over the wire, but maybe I have increased the overhead at the processing layer. Is that the right question?
Yeah, dictionary plus div.
Yeah, correct. So I think
mobile devices might impact. And I had one more question, maybe you can cover. So you said like we are serving like 5,000 different devices, obviously, right? So only this transfer of the file size plus how you're talking about the layer 1, layer 2 kind of compression as well. I hope you are aware, like you can make us aware about. So is it something being taken care in the market, like in the total domain, that how it's not a very static thing that okay, just give me this file. They also take care that okay, because I'm talking from a mobile device, so I don't really want to spend so much energy on actually compression, but I'm using 5G, so it's easy for me to download a file from 5G instead of I don't want to compression. So,
no, I think great points. Both the points are good. So let me answer the second point because that I can recall right away. So see, when the request is going to your server, that's again in your control. So very much you could decide that okay, if I'm on a device which is low on processing power, like mobile, but good on network, you could very much say, okay, I don't care about the data transfer over the wire, but I do not want to do lot of processing. Point number one. Point number two, lot of it also can be done as a background, right? So it will identify when is the right movement. So when I spoke about the dynamic asset, right, which can be shipped as a dictionary using a link tag, actually that whole stuff happens when your main thread is free. Whenever browser identifies a time gap when it can execute it, it does not block anything else. So browsers, all the browsers who are going to support it, they are going to kind of also ensure that they have a control over it. They do not kind of hinder with the critical path of rendering, right? But short answer of your question, yes, you have control and you can programmatically decide where you want optimization on data versus where you want optimization over processing.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Dhananjay, for an enlightening session. You have shown us how crucial the performance pipeline for front-end development is. I'm sure everybody here is eager to apply these insights to their own projects. Let us give Dhananjay another round of applause for this fantastic session. Thank you.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Is everyone hungry? Yes, okay. Let's just wait for one more session and then let's break for lunch, okay? So meanwhile, when we're trying to get things set up, we have one of the speakers who is joining from Google Meet. So just give us 2 minutes. So by then, I think we can play a game, not maybe a game, a question. Okay? All right. So is anyone excited to know or why did this name come? How did it come up from 91? And the one who gets or gives us the right answer will also get some goodies from our end.
91 is 91 code India.
Yes, that is correct. The 91 was a code for India. So that's one perspective. There's also the other funny, nice perspective that we've got why we got 91. So any guesses on that? Yes? Country code is already taken. That is one of the reasons. Yes, your good name?
9 plus 1 is 10. 9 of makes it complete.
Interesting, but sorry, that's not the answer. Anyone want to give a try? It's a wild guess. It's something not related to technology, nothing.
World Wide Web.
World Wide Web? No. Yes, Chaitanya? Any guess?
No idea.
No idea. Okay. Your good name? Heart shape. No. It's specific to 91. Sorry. No. Anyone here? Rocky? Why 91. Team size 91? No. But if we try. Anyone else? Internet on Make My Trip? What is that? Sorry? Org started 91? No. Yes? Close but no. It's something different, very different. Since it's a weekend, how many of you like beer? Beer, yes, we're talking about beer. Who said that? Yes, that's right. That's Veera 91. That's another one. First one, your good name? Ajay. Ajay. And we have one more person who guessed it right. The code 91, that was the right answer. Your good name? Ravi. Ravi and Ajay, can you please come here? We will have some goodies for you. One more. I can have one more. Yes, you can please come here. Great, thanks for guessing it right. A round of applause for them, guys. Okay, thank you.
He tried to this, but he did not. Okay, keep it there.
Alright, I think we'll get started with the last session for the first half. Alright folks, everyone please gather back. We're all set to get started. Guys, please gather back. You can take your seats. Apologies for the delay. Can you please come back? Folks, please take your seats. So the next session dwells into an innovative realm of technology and artificial intelligence. So we have two speakers for this session. We have Adyan Antika, who has joined us from Google Meet, and we have Amit Kumar. Adyan Antika is a senior web consultant at Google. So he has extensive experience in web technologies, and he has been at the forefront of integrating AI into web solutions. We have Amit Kumar. You can please come on stage. So he's the engineering manager at Redbus. So he's fascinated by web capabilities and has mastered the art of performance and intuitive UI. He has been weaving the magic for Redbus web platform. So welcome,
Thank you.
Amit.
Sorry for this delay, but thanks everyone for joining us. My name is Amit. I am Senior Engineering Manager at Redbus. I take care of, as described, the web-based applications for different line of businesses as well as for both domestic and international. Today I am sharing stage with a very dear friend and a very talented web consultant, Mr. Hadin. Although he is not able to make it up till joining me here physically, he is connecting virtually with us. And I have an amazing team. They are sitting right here. Feel free to reach out to any one of them, and post the session. They'll be able to help you if you have any doubts related to web AI or what Redbus has done, both in the section of performance or if it's related to the AI setup, which we have tried on both on B2B side as well as on the B2C side. Adyan, over to you. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you. I hope my voice is audible to everyone. Hello. Thanks, Amit.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I can see that I am not visible on the screen, but yeah, it's unfortunate, and I feel bad I cannot join all of you today in person. But thanks to the amazing team that make my trip for the chance for me to join remotely, and I'm excited to join Amit to discuss what is possible in the world of AI and web today, and how the amazing team at Redbus has been leveraging the latest web AI tech. My name is Hadian. I'm a web ecosystem consultant at Google, based in Singapore. We are actually a team being tasked to improve the health of web ecosystem globally by working with partners, developers like yourself, and also with the internal product and engineering team at Google on web platform and Chrome. So let's get started with our sharing. Over back to you, Amit.
Thanks, Adil. So before going into the further details, I wanted to show a video to all of you, which was recently released in this Google I/O 2024. And this video is talking about how's the evolution of AI is happening on the browser ecosystem, who are the main players, who will get majorly impacted, and who will have the potential to drive this and reimagine the things, how you can give a better web application and give enriched, enhanced user experience to your customers. So let's go ahead and watch this video. All right. So this, as I described earlier before the video, this has given us a glimpse of what is the possibilities which is going on right now, the evolution which is happening on the web ecosystem, and what kind of changes it is coming in. Who are the main key players around it? So first, us, the web developers. Second, the AI. Obviously, you guys are familiar with this term. Like has been like there with us from quite some time now. How it is going to impact the web and what kind of potential and power it is going to give on device. So basically, we have been using the AI on cloud for a lot of reasons. Large LLMs and everything is working fine. We have solved a lot of practical use cases both for the B2B as well as the B2C applications, and they are working very well for us. So how is this transition happening? How are we going to embrace it? All those things we are going to talk about in the subsequent slide. So in the first part, I just want to take a few minutes and describe this part, like what is web AI? So web AI is a way of using machine learning in the web browser by leveraging the power of your device CPU and GPU with JavaScript and other technologies. In section of other technologies, it can be WASM, it can be different other ways. I think that we'll see in the later in the slides along with the demos. So in this definition itself, you would see there are two major parts which we are talking about. First one, using machine learning on web browser. I think just before this talk, when Dhananjay was talking about the performance. Now for web, this particular statement itself creates a lot of resistance and a lot of hindrance in developers' mind that if I'm going to load a model in my browser, is it not going to slow me down? If I load it on load of the page, my loading time will increase. He talked about the web vitals. Is it not going to impact my web vitals? For example, my any interaction which user is doing, if I am trying to get that through the the model which is sitting in the browser, is it not going to increase my INP? So these questions are valid questions. We have also gone through all of these when we tried to started the research on these things, and we also ask the same questions. So, but trust me, these are something which can be handled, and there are ways to it. We have to define the use case. Let's understand what are we targeting to solve, which use case actually suits in where you have to use the AI setup on your device itself. The second part here is talking about leveraging the power of your device CPU and GPU. Now, this is very interesting and very important point to understand that the power and potential of the devices nowadays are getting better and better. And obviously, in future, it is going to get even enhanced, and you will have more opportunities to build such kind of things inside your device. Now, when I'm talking about the device, although this session is about web AI, but it does not restrict to that. You can use it can be on the native device also. It can be on the website also. Either of the ways. But it is very important to understand when you are downloading these things, when you are kind of doing these things, what are the use case which you are trying to solve. It should not be a fancy stuff that we are just trying to put a layer on top of our current use case or anything which we have built right now. So we'll walk you through some use cases which Request has done in the subsequent slides. This is the evolution which we were talking about, that we are kind of saying that there is a transition which is happening, there is a shift which is happening from the on cloud to the on device as our devices are getting better and enhanced, more power of computation and everything is coming up. But does this mean that is this a shift, or you should consider that okay, now I'm going to use on device AI more rather than on cloud AI? No, obviously not. On cloud AI is a separate tool. It's already working. It has proven its worth, and we have used in a lot of places for many sections, both on either on the business to business side or on the customer facing application side. So consider this as a new tool in your toolbox as a developer or as a product manager, where you can utilize this in solving specific use cases. I'll just give one example of a very specific use case, and that is one of the biggest advantage when why should we think towards this in terms of on-device AI. So one example for Redbus, like whenever we are doing the booking in the customer information page for international especially, we ask, not we, actually the bus operators ask for
like either passport information or DNI information. These are sensitive documents, and if I ask the user, okay, you have to fill the full page, instead of that, we have given a feature that you can click on the camera will open. You just take a snap of the passport, it will read it, it will go to the servers, scan everything out of it, and automatically fill the customer information page. That has increased my conversion ratio from my customer information page to the payment page. Now that is the interesting part, but again, there is a hesitance, there is a resistance. I don't want to share these kind of things which will go and sit on Redbus servers or any XYZ company servers and then gets processed. So if I promote this, saying that your privacy is intact, it is going to be, all these things is going to be done by a model which is sitting inside your device itself. That gives a lot of confidence to the users. This is just one example. There are multiple such examples in your daily tracking app in terms of medical sections. People don't want to share all their information and being processed on the cloud. Second major part for us in this same use case was related to the latency. When I'm taking a snap, it has to be in right format, it has to be transferred over the network, processed there, come back. It takes a decent amount of time, and that also depends on the user's network and multiple other factors. So in this case, when I'm using the same setup inside the device, that is, the latency has gone down drastically. It has given a lot of improvement in terms of trust for the users, and obviously indirectly impacted the business also. This is just one of the examples. In the further use cases, I'll also show some of the B2B use cases which has impacted the business and monetary aspect also a lot. Now this is just a demonstration of the same thing, that this is what we are using. There's no ditching to it. This will continue as it is. You guys use a lot of LLMs. They have been trained with large set of data. There's no question of ditching that or anything as such. You continue using it. This is flourishing on a different direction. That is something where targeted use cases can be solved, and we have to understand that the smaller version of the models can solve what use case and how it can make the life of the users better. I think these are some of the advantages. One just I talked about right now, and there are multiples. All of these are the few of the advantages which we are talking about. I think Hadin will walk us through the rest of them. Hadin, over to you.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Okay, sure. So as Amit said, today we are not talking about servers versus on-device AI, but rather think of it like a web and app strategy, not versus but and. By getting the best of both server-side and on-device AI, we can unlock new possibilities for the users on your web platform. I'm sure you have been doing some machine learning AI on the server side for a while. So now let's take a look at why do we need to disrupt that. What are the benefits of on-device AI with practical examples of such applications? So as Amit already introduced, the first one is privacy. On-device AI handles data locally. So this is a strong privacy story for your users and their sensitive data. Because input from the camera, microphone, and other on-device sensors stay on-device. In the next slide, you can see the example of this. This is a company called Include Health. They enable physical therapies which help patients alleviate physical symptoms through monitored exercise programs. They use browser-based pose estimation models to perform remote therapy without sending any of the patient's images from their homes to the server. Instead, they're analyzing the image of the device and only sending the resulting range of motion statistics to the servers, allowing patients to perform their checkup from the comfort of their own home. Often, they're using comfortable home clothes or even sleepwear. So, privacy is in mind, right? The next benefit that we are going to see in the next slide is the ability to give users access to AI features even when they are offline on the device. So you can even perform AI tasks in areas with low or no connectivity after the page load. Now in today's connected world, you might be wondering why would a web application needs to work offline? But a great example of this can be seen in the next slide. This is an app created by Hugo Zani. He's a Google developer expert on machine learning, and he performs product placement verification using web application in supermarkets for a retail customer he is working with. We all know how bad the data connections are in supermarkets because the building design, the product placement design in store is creating something like a Faraday cage, which blocks network signal and block it quite effectively. So he leveraged TensorFlow.js to run his custom object detection model right in the browser, and it can work entirely offline, and then syncs the data back when a connection is available. The next benefit that we are going to look at in the next slide is low latency. When you get rid of that round-trip travel to the server, in some use cases you can provide near instant experience. So on-device AI can be the difference between a delightful AI experience versus a janky, annoying user experience for your users. Now, an example of this use case can be seen in the next slide. If you are running a body pose and segmentation models, you can run this kind of analysis at over 120 frames per second on a mid-range laptop's GPU with great accuracy, reaching even if you already make it down to the smallest hundred of milliseconds of going back and forth to the server. Next, another benefit of on-device AI is lowering down the cost of running AI. This is a great news for businesses because you do not need to keep running expensive cloud-based GPUs and processors. On-device AI can help manage your server costs and also the server load because your user's device can shoulder some of the processing load with the increased device capabilities that they have on their hands nowadays. In the next slide, you can see two examples. On the left, you can see that an LLM use case for composing emails can easily be done directly on the web browser using a small carbon-built model. On the right, you can see an example of a video conferencing use case. Imagine if you need to do as simple as background blurring or a 30 minutes video call. Now, a web camera has an average of 30 frames per second. So over 30 minutes, you will need to send around 54,000 images to the server and process it. Running such process on device will bring a significant cost saving for the business. The next benefit is the ability to run advanced AI features without asking the users to download huge installation files and run the installation process on their device. In the next slide, you can see how Adobe leverage this benefit for Adobe Photoshop on the web. For the native app on desktop, the installation file is around 1 gigabyte. Some platform even more than 1.2 gigabyte. And for mobile native app, it's around half of it, about 500 something megabyte. With on-device AI, they can run object selection features shown on this slide, embracing on-device capabilities to provide Adobe's users with a better user experience, and eliminating the need for huge of files altogether. And the last benefit from on-device AI is in the next slide. This is no other than the superpower of web applications that we all love and we have benefited for a long time. It is the ability to run cross-device and platform at scale, therefore casting a wider reach of users on the web. Now, we have seen all the benefits on device AI, right? But we have also heard from the developer communities that there are some pain points when building user-facing AI features. In the next slide, let's take a look at some of those pain points. The first difficulty is to find the value of AI in your business. We are in the era where AI is really a buzz, but it's also pretty early days for a lot of developers and companies. So many teams are still exploring how to add value to their product with AI. The second, especially with large language models, many developers worry about controlling uncertain outputs. There is a concern to use LLM output for user-facing features, and whether you need to moderate the output before showing it to the users. And finally, for now, many developers prefer pre-trained models and ready-made APIs, which is understandable for sure, because your focus is building product features. So you would rather leave training, fine-tuning to the ML specialists, right? But at the same time, there are use cases which require specific internal data training. Ready-made models are not completely tuned for some business use cases, relying on specific data. So how do you deal with this? The good news is, in the next slide, you can see that we have now pretty complete toolbox for web AI to be able to cater for both use cases. On the left-hand side, you build your own AI by using web GPU. It can unlock modern GPU access in the browser, and there are many frameworks and libraries that have been ported to web GPU, resulting in 2 to 3 times performance improvement compared to when they were implemented using WebGL. You can use the likes of Unity, TensorFlow.js, and other libraries to bring your own model to your web application. In fact, many popular Google products like Google Meet we are using now are already powered by WebGPU. You can also use WebAssembly, or we often call it WASM, a low-level binary format for the web that is compiled from other language. WASM facilitates high-performance applications on the web, but also retaining the portability and flexibility of your code. You can build with your favorite language and amazing new libraries brought by WASM. Today, there are more than 1,500 TM libraries with WASM. And then on the right side, for your common use cases, you can use on-device built-in AI APIs, like the one we have on Chrome. It is implemented with Gemini Nano model, allowing you to access AI capabilities running locally for the common use cases like summarizing, composing, rewriting. Chrome built-in AI APIs are already available for an early preview, which you can sign up through the link at the bottom right corner of this slide, or you can scan the QR. Now, that's all from me. Now let's hear from Amit to see how his amazing team at Redbus is leveraging the benefits while overcoming the pain points with some tips and suggestions to create really cool features that he will show you. Amit, let's hear from you.
Thanks, Adil. So this was quite a lot of demos were there. So I hope you guys took something out of it. But offline we can again discuss about all of them in detail. The good part that why we wanted to show all of these, like these are the real-time examples that people are using across the globe. That's why I mentioned in the start of the session that it is very important to understand your use case. So not everything is like best solved by your on-cloud setups. It is solved, not, I don't deny that it is not possible to solve with the on-cloud AI setups. It is possible, but in terms of giving a better experience, if you have a smaller and precise version of models running on your device, then why not? You are giving those kind of extra advantages and benefits to the users. Now this, having shown all of these, this is an important part to understand that these three things is just we have taken out from our experience that when we started investigating on it, that how and what are the problems which we'll face when we are building anything as such on the web AI. The first part is like the hardware that we described in the definition only, the second part. See, you have to be very precise from which version or from which generation of your hardware you are going to give these kind of features to your customers. The reason why it is there in India or any other country, not all the devices are getting upgraded very frequently. There are tier 2 cities, people are still using those devices which are very old in generations, which does not have that kind of computation power. But they still are our customers, and we are giving all the facilities to all the customers at the same thing. So that is why understand your customer base, understand your use case, and target this from certain segment or certain generation of devices onwards, and also at the same time handle the fallbacks gracefully. When I'm saying this, it is very important that all the features which I am going to show in the next slides, this has been handled in such a manner that okay, whenever this is not being supported by that particular device, there is a check already there in the code which will fall back and come to the either on-cloud version of it, or it will try to give another alternative for it. But we should not be saying that this particular user does not have this capability, that means this feature is not for them. If it is able to run, he has a good internet, he has decent device where website is running, this means all the features should be available to them. That's the first part. Second part here is think about the use cases. As all these examples which you show and the further in the slides also you will see, the use cases are very important. You have to think through. You don't need to reinvent the wheel starting from zero and build something only targeted to this.
all the layers which we have built right now, either in MMT or in Redbus or any Razorpay, anywhere, all the features are working perfectly fine. We are always thinking how we can plug in the AI setup on top of this to enrich and enhance the experience. So that's how we should start looking into it, and that's how actually based on our experience we have started working on that. That will also come up in the slides. Third and very important part is like data. You should not just download the models on your device, either you are using apps or web anywhere. Do not download any smaller models also, like without intimating the user, because data pack, for example, every one of us might be having 2.5 GB per day or 3 GB per day data packs or something. If you are just thinking about if some customer has, or I have gone to the application, I came with the intent of purchasing a ticket, and you started downloading a 2 GB of like model behind this, my internet is gone, you lost a transaction. I'll not be able to do it today, maybe I'll change my mind tomorrow. So you should communicate first and understand that how light you can make this model. So in the earlier slide when Hadin was talking about this, build your own AI. So as a developer, we are targeted, we are focused on building the use cases for the customers. We don't really want to train a model for, like especially in this group, I somehow feel, at least in my team also I have seen, that we try to leverage which is already ready and fine-tuned. We don't build this and kind of plug in and customize it, but that is one thing, that hesitance we have to somehow fight and get rid of. The reason is when you are targeting something very specific, your model will become very lighter. So, and then it is easier for you to load either in browser or on your app, and you can run it fine. So your problems need to be solved and handled in a right approach. Then you can actually achieve what you want to. That's about the third important part. These are three real-time experiences which we faced because we fell drastically when we did not look for this one. Or some of the features were not working on that direction, and then we understood that it has to be targeted from such a certain segment of devices, and then a graceful for that. The current implementation should also coexist along with the advanced implementations. Now, I have been calling out that a lot of examples which we'll be showing. So first example here is there is a discussion which happens like if as a customer, if I'm facing a problem, I'll go to self-help section of any site and I'll try to connect to the agent on the other side, call center agent, and the conversation starts. Now in this particular case, as a policy, we try to summarize the end-to-end conversation when the chat ends by the agent or by the customer, so that we keep a log of it for the later use if it is needed or not. So in those cases, so a decent amount of time was consumed for every agent when he has to start reading the conversation from the time of hi, I have this problem, how is this, what was the information which was gathered, everything. We have to completely go ahead and summarize it, and then agent has to write the summary in that. So good amount of time was being utilized from this. So what we did, we introduced Gemini Nano in the browser itself. As soon as the Salesforce, and plugged it to the Salesforce. So when the agent was closing the chat, and for the demo purpose, we have given a separate button, but as it can be built in that manner that when you are ending the chat, it will automatically trigger that summarization API with the Nano, and it will kind of give you in milliseconds that, okay, this is done, this is a summary of your complete chat, and the agent can just go through it, read through it. If it is valid, it's fine, just close the case, that's it. So in this case, I'm saving time. The per agent, the number of cases which he could have handled, that also increased a lot. My productivity increased, and I don't, if my business is scaling, I don't need to scale my call center in the same manner. That also was there. So business is also happy. Agents are happy because their work got offloaded to something which is, they just have to go through, okay, the summary, whatever is came out is correct or not. This is the example of that which I just described. Sorry. I think in this case, video is not coming up. Okay, I think videos did not came up on this one. Sorry, my bad. Video did not came up on this one, but that is what it was supposed to do. Basically, it is trying to convert and summarize for the for the agent, and that's how the Gemini Nano was plugged inside the browser, and it is connected to Salesforce. Even when the chat ends, it continues and does the work. The second part of the demo, like which we wanted to highlight again on this one also. I think all the videos are not coming up. Okay, I'll just explain about all of these. So in the second one, what we tried on our when you are going from a source to destination, you are searching for a bus or a flight, and you're kind of going into the next place. This is the example of the bus seat layout, where in the lower section, a bus details section used to come, where you can figure out about the bus images, your ratings and reviews provided by the earlier customers who has used this service. So what we used to do, we have connected all the reviews and tried to given the summarization setup again inside the device itself. What it does, it helps the user to understand, take a decision saying that, okay, now this is the service which I want or not. There are different operators, there are different type of services. Some service can be saying that, okay, now this is very clean, this is very safe in terms of home and security, this is very punctual on time. So all these summaries along with the pros and cons associated to that particular service is being highlighted automatically. The user does not have to go through all the reviews. There can be hundreds of reviews. Does not make sense to go through all the reviews and kind of make a decision. So I'm summarizing and giving it upfront. So this is something like help the business also indirectly and help the user experience wise. The next part was the third place where we tried it on. There is something called RB Explore on Redbus. Thank you page and tracking links, tracking page. So basically what we try to do is, like, if you are a tourist, you are going from a source to destination, you want to explore about the destination, you want to see the attractions which is available there, the kids friendly places, if you want to buy back something for your family from those places, those things are listed down automatically on this particular page considering the destination where you are traveling to. So now this thing first using it was initially built using the GPT. Now this is again a good example where we were already using on cloud AI, which was working fine for us, but the same problems having high latency whenever there is a processing is. So some low end cities where we don't have much data, or the GPT also sometimes starts hallucinating. So in those cases we had some problems. So when I use these, especially these two places, attractions and things to buy, so these does not change for per city. If I have to travel to a tourist spot, Banarita Zoo or something, this is going to be there already. So I train my model, keep it in the browser, and these informations are getting extracted offline mode also without any latency, and it is working perfectly fine in that sense. So two advantages, again, it is not the privacy part, but offline and the low latency. These are the two advantages which this example is showing about. The next part here is about the future possibilities and what we are trying right now. The OCR model which we have just discussed, that is something which we tried upon on the customer information page for Malaysia, and Latin America also. It is something which is going to come up soon for the bus booking system. And the next one is, so when we are collecting the rating and reviews actually, so we user can actually give the review. Based on that, you can do the sentiment analysis of it, fill the ratings against it, and kind of if that review is not conclusive, you can actually go ahead and prompt the user saying that, okay, please be more precise on what kind of problem or what kind of experience you have got, so that we can fill it against that. Like ratings will be more appropriate, and some action maybe if required can be taken against it. So those kind of things which you can do on device, you don't need to actually go to the on cloud for doing these kind of activities. The third part, which is again a discussion within the team right now, these all are not implemented. The second and third one is not implemented right now. So the third one is like using something like when you're traveling and you have low network or you have no network, something a personalized model which is sitting on your phone or on your device, which will be able to answer all your generic questions about the destination, about your travel, whatever you have, like that is customized and kind of trained in that manner for that user. So that is where we are currently discussing and kind of solutionizing it. Maybe in some time it will come up. So that's all about the opportunities which is there in the web AI right now, and it is evolving. It's not in a very kind of evolved or stable state. We are just evolving, and we as a developers community, along with the products, let's try and build some things. What is new going to come up? It depends on the use cases. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amit and Nadia. So maybe you want to wait for 2 minutes until we take the questions. Maybe you can be on the stage. So team, do you have any questions for Nadia and Amit? Yes, please. You want to take this?
By personalized, what do you mean exactly? Personalized to the user on the platform, or it's the platform itself? And if you are making that model personalized, what kind of feedback loop you are taking? Because you talked about privacy, right? And you were giving the example of passport upload, right? So you don't want to, let's say, the user actually replace some characters after the autofill. Are you taking any kind of feedback loop? Or if not, if yes, then the privacy is, I guess it's not there. And then if not, then it is not exactly personalized to the user, which is using that model on the device.
It's not personalization in terms of the user aspect. It is basically personalized, like targeted and focused on your use case. For example, if I'm training a model which is specifically for the passport, DNI, or these kind of Aadhaar card or documents like that, I will train the model in that segment itself to make sure. There's a very good example in terms of like Gemini Nano. You would have heard about that, has came up recently, and Google has announced that is working beautifully. But it is a collection of different different setups. Maybe you can summarize, you can do a translation. There are multiple things which you can do with that small model. That small model, when it downloads on the browser, it's hardly 2.1 GB. But ideally, it's a collection of all those things. So what we are trying to say is like, you need to slice down your use case. Maybe from 2.1 GB, you can cut it down to only 300 MB. Something like that, which is targeted and focused to your use case. So what I'm saying, personalized is not from the user angles. This is something where I'm trying to focus on only that particular feature and use case, so that my download gets reduced. I don't impact my user experience, and things run in a right way. So that is where, and there's no feedback loop obviously being collected, because in that case, obviously privacy will get impacted.
But still, I mean, will not be, will that model become inefficient late with the time?
No, so if that happens, then second version of the same model will come up, because it's on the browser which we are talking about, and we have already reduced the size drastically. So it is something like what Dhananjay explained. It's something like we are shipping 200 KB of JavaScript. Maybe in future I'll be able to ship only that much of the delta, whatever is the enhancement or the new training which has been done, based on the new document type which has came up, something like that. So that is how we'll keep on upgrading it, because you have. The problem is when your size is too huge, you can't ask for consent every time that, okay, now I'm going to replace this everything again from zero. That's why if you reduce it, make it to a very controllable manner, then you can keep on updating it from the back end. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else who wants to ask something? Yes.
Hello. Thanks for the talk. I had a question about Gemini and Nano. Are there any plans to make it to W3C, make it in Firefox, Safari, or in browsers, or right now it's a Google only thing?
I think Hadir would be able to answer this correctly, but I'll just say yes, any of such initiatives which Google has done, we have seen in history that they are doing across the browsers. Multiple such examples are there. But Hadir, would you like to take this up?
Sure. What is the question?
The question is that right now Gemini Nano is specific to Chromium browsers, right? So are there any plans to push it to a web standard so that Firefox and Safari can also adopt it?
Okay, great. Yeah, thanks for the question. That is something that we are trying to advocate and address, right? Because we are trying to find out with like people like Red Plus, with developers like you, right? How such a small model that it comes with browser installation can be really useful in the context of like real business use cases, real world use cases, right? So now it's in the stage that we are trying to convince that this is helpful. And once it is established, there will be specific APIs that we are really hoping that the others we are advocating. So as I mentioned, I'm working with web platform team. So this is one of the things that we are constantly advocating on behalf of users and developers, right? So it is something that you can also contribute. You can show the world that this is the kind of use cases that can be useful, and then you can also like put it out there. The same that we will do.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Amit and Adyan.
Thank you.
So let's all open our minds to the exciting future of AI in the web world. So I think it's time we can break for lunch, but there are two requests from my end. One thing, we have a feedback board behind here. There's a whiteboard there. So we request you to please give in your valuable feedback, either before lunch or after lunch. Okay, that's your choice. And we can regroup here back at 2 p.m. if that's okay with everyone. Thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch. everybody please come back? We'll get the talk started again, the second session. Please come and take your seats. Folks at the back, so maybe we can connect later. Let's start the session. Please come and take your seats. Thank you. started now? All right. A little low, a little low. Okay, so before we get started, we have a small question. It's a continuation to Upfront91 that I asked earlier. So now we all know this is our second session, right? This is Upfront91 second session. Can someone tell me when did we have the first session? And folks from MMP, please do not answer this. Okay? 2009. You're gonna raise your hands as the answer is not taken. Are you? Okay. Yes.
2020.
That's right. It was in 2020 February. So you get a goodie. So please come here. Your good name, please come here. Now you're gonna have to say your name. DJ. They guessed the the right the first session when it was held. So the goodie is coming.
She didn't say that. She don't know no except
Oh, that was right on spot. Okay. Thank you. Shank, okay. All right. Yes. So we are excited to have with us Devjot Singh, a talented UI architect from Udon. Please welcome Devjot. A round of applause for him, guys. Devjot has extensive experience in building user-friendly and efficient React and React Native applications that not only looks great, but also enhances user experience. So he's here to share his insights. So over to you, Devjot.
Hi all, am I audible? All audio good? Great, great. Cool. So you all woke up early, right? Then you canceled your Saturday plans, right? Then you focused for 4 hours, right? And then you had lunch. So here we are. A round of applause to all of you for coming and still being attentive. Without you, it would be very awkward if I was alone giving this talk. So thanks a lot. Literally impossible without you. So I'm Devjot. Talk is all about surviving the crunch, right? Very difficult years, right? Last few years, as you have seen, yeah, it's great. This is unprecedented. We have never seen such a problem in industry where it was rampant hiring, then firing, and then layoffs, then cost cuts and whatnot. So, and it's a downer topic, and I don't think I can just make it look good, right? But what do we do, right? Indirectly or directly, I'm sure everyone, all of us, would have been impacted by layoffs, either directly or if your teams are reduced in size, then also there's more work for you, right? Who would do that work? So this is all about how to navigate that, how to make sense of it, how to come up with technology if it can enable you to do more. But yeah, I wanted to take a moment to just acknowledge the fact that yeah, industry is quite weird right now. I'm Devjot. If you have ever used Swiggy, if you have ever used Samsung Internet, if you have ever used housing, or if you have shopped at a local shop, chances are my code was directly impacting your experience. And I want to first talk about that shit happens, right? I hope we can swear. So this is my agenda, just it's not in a bullet list, it's a satanic circle. We'll go through all of these things one by one. So let's get into it, right? So first of all, I want to talk about when such stuff happens, right? When there's a lot of pressure, be it financial to companies, be it
team sizes reducing, be it innovating, pivoting your business because the previous business was not working. Sometimes you have to think of newer platforms. You have to think of changing the strategy. And I hope you can see over here. And sometimes you have to deal with less people but more work. So this is the first stage of the topic that I want to talk about. So in 2019, I was fortunate enough to be invited by Google to talk on their keynote about how at Swiggy we were building good web apps, right? We were using very bespoke styling and designs for desktop and mobile. Our code base was quite good, and we could see how, based on the interaction model, right? If you're on a mobile, you would want to use it in a nice scrolling way, but if you're on desktop, you want to make use of that space, right? The cart over there is just a bottom bar, but over here you can see the entire cart. So this is how we had built Swiggy, and yeah, I'm quite proud of the team at Swiggy and back then also. That was quite cool. But what I did not mention at that time was that time we had 20 UI engineers. We had two separate web code bases, right, for desktop and mobile. It's quite traditional, right? And on top of that, we also had 15 or 20 iOS developers, 15 or 20 Android developers. So as you can see, right, the scale was quite different from the stuff that's going on right now, right? Today, I work at Udan, has been some 4-5 years now. It is similar story that we have a desktop experience, we have a mobile experience. On mobile, we want to optimize for mobile UI. On desktop, we want to make use of the space. But we use React Native over here with React Native Web and code push. So this is one technology that I feel if your team, if you're an engineering manager, if you're pitching something to your team leader, hey, why don't we do this? This technology definitely can help you achieve a lot more efficiently, right? And shift to many more platforms. So as I said, new platforms, right? But you would have many questions. Like, hey, this is a bit nervous, right? I get nervous thinking about it because traditionally we're used to desktop, mobile, web, Android, right? So how do we navigate all of that? So first is platform specific UI. So if you are a React Native engineer, you probably already know what is going to come. But just for a small hint into it, how it works. So on our app, we have our hooks which we can use to, at any point of the code, know that am I in a desktop environment, or am I in a mobile environment, am I on a web environment, am I on an iOS environment. So that way we can design different layouts for different screens. And on the other hand, there are some functionalities that are only available on native platform, but it's slightly different, right? DOM APIs can be different from what React Native APIs would be like. So over there, we can do something like file system based feature detection or a platform detection. So that way you can manage your code and you don't have to have 2, 3, 4 code bases, but rather the same code base. I'm sorry, your same logic can be co-located. Just the differences of the platform could be handled. The navigation. So this is a big problem, right? So on React Native, you would be probably using React navigation. But on web, you would probably using React Router, right? Or Next.js. So how do we deal with that? So over here, again, we have hooks. So if you just squint and think what's happening over here is just that, okay, we're detecting I'm on a React Native platform or I'm on a web platform, whatever navigation is supposed to happen, right? On press of this, navigate to this screen, it would be handled based on the specific SDK of React Router or React navigation. So this way, our screens are portable. They don't need to worry about which environment they're running in. They simply just work, be it on web or on app. Performance, that's another question that would come up, that hey, React Native is cool, but then I saw this blog which says Flutter is much faster, or Native is even faster. How do I convince my team that this is a worthwhile bet? So I will acknowledge that, yeah, it is difficult, right? React Native is not, it is native definitely, but at the same time, you also have to deal with JavaScript, right? So it can have its own challenges. Some of the pain points are things like startup performance. So if you're not using Hermes, you should definitely. But even then, there can be some bottlenecks over there. Animations could be a bit tricky, right? And upgrades definitely on React Native are quite tricky. So I'll just go through some of the things that we had done to improve it. So on the startup performance side, I think that it is possible to improve your performance, right? So over here you can see our efforts to improve our startup performance. This is the time it took for app to load in P99, 99 percentile. So over here you can see that it took 12 seconds in January, and with some optimizations we could come down to 5 seconds. So that's more than 2x improvements. I have written a very long blog. People have complained that it's way too long. I can't even read it. So if you want, you can take the screenshot, or you can connect offline. We can discuss more. So it is possible. I'm not saying that React Native is by default going to be as fast as you want, but it is possible to optimize it. You can find efficiencies, right? You can find something which is not needed during the boot up. It can be called a bit later. Things like that. You can maybe call multiple things in parallel before React is even React Node is even attached. So stuff like this can be done. There is a pain point there, but it is possible. Another thing that comes up is that about upgrades and all, right? So on Android or iOS, you have to support previous platforms, right? iOS is not big of a problem because the adoption rate is quite good, but on Android, you have to support even Android 4 or 5 because maybe that's where a lot of your user base is. So how leveraging React Native and React Native web helped us was that we literally had an entire web app, right, which was based on the same code. So we could just put it in a TWS shell, launch it as a light app. We don't have to do anything else. It just works on Android 4 and above. We don't have to worry about performance because Chromium is going to take care of a lot of the memory management, performance rendering, and you get instant deployments, and no one is left behind. So about Todan, as I said, right, it's about local shop vendors. For them, they may not always be using the latest phone or devices. So that can also be done. And the code is already there. We're just putting it in the shell, right? And you can see it has like 1 lakh downloads with almost minimal effort. So that's another way you can take care of this thing. And what I did not mention this time around was that, okay, but all of this was done by 5 to 6 engineers. So you can see the scale, right? Like how much can be achieved if you have a technology that can be write once and use everywhere kind of thing. So that's about how we have handled code base at Udan. This is one way you can take care of new platforms like Udan Live or Web. And you can also at the same time do more with decimated teams, right? When you have less people to do work. And you may not even have to do a lot of the things that I just told, right? So Expo has been literally fire, right? They have done so much of innovation on the Metro side of things. Metro is a bundle used by React Native, which then allowed them to add file-based routing. It also helped them to add a lot of routing, right? So you can just keep your route here. Here, this is an example of APIs. So even your web deployment can use this API, which would then be used by both web and Android and iOS. So this is literally the thing that we're trying to chase, but Expo is actually doing it. I think Blue Sky already, there was news, right, that one developer built all those platforms alone using Expo. So yeah, it is good. So look into Expo if your team, if your company is trying to do something which has to be on all platforms, at the same time doesn't want to use the bandwidth of a lot of engineers. So this topic is done. Now we go to the next one. So next one is about bandwidth being constrained and tighter deadlines, right? So how do you do with when you literally have to ship it in few days, or there's an outage, you cannot waste any more time? How to deal with that stuff? So you all know this, right? So React quite commonly says that its UI is a function of props or state or data, whatever it is, right? But I think this data is not really described enough, right? The data could be coming from a database, which then has a service, which has an API, which then has a DDO, which converts it, massages it to reduce the payload size, and then it becomes props in your React component, and then it finally becomes a UI. So there's a series of things that happen before UI is built. Traditional client server model. So over here you can see that if you have your UI all on the client side, then any change would mean that you will first change the data, you will change the server, then you will change your API endpoints, contracts, and then you change your client, and then the UI will be changed. And if you move towards co-location, where is that some parts of UI, not all, that's why there are two UIs, some parts of UI could be probably described on the server side, right? Which I think most of the companies have converged to that, oh, how can we just quickly deploy something without having to deploy many things, right? So that is co-location. And if you again squint a bit, This would look more like client components and server components, server-driven components, server-side components, React server components. All of those are ultimately trying to achieve the same idea that how can we describe UI on the server side, and on the client, it's instead of instead of updating that code, waiting for adoption and all those things, it could just be available. There are many ways to do this, obviously, and I'm sure all of us have done some way of doing it. So over here, I'm presenting two screens. Should have swapped it anyway. So this screen has a lot of widgets. You can see this is a card screen. This also has a lot of widgets. So all these widgets are actually a series of JSON arrays, right? Arrays sent by the backend, wherein all these descriptions are right on the backend side. So instead of having data.item.metadata.description.title, it would have title, right? And stuff like this. So this reduces the friction. The contract is no more the API endpoint, but rather the stabilized widgets, the props that you use to that widget, those become the contract, which makes life easy for both sides. Tomorrow, if backend team wants that, oh, we have two of these information bits, right? Delivery by when you can expect the delivery to come, by how much credit you can get. If they want to add another thing over here, instead of having an entire SDLC cycle, it could be just another item in the array sent from the backend, and client will just consume it and render. So this is cool. This I think all of us already have done in some way or another. Just to expand a bit more on this. So over here you can see there are different strings, right? There's even some styling, this slash pricing and whatnot. So we can go a bit ahead and even not only send the title, but even some of the styling. So here you can see it's literally we are sending HTML from backend, but in a DSL, right? Our own DSL around it, so that it works on React Native or even web, right? So this is possible, you can do it, and you can go as crazy as you want. You can put entire React trees into your server side and send it as a JSON, and on the client side, you go through that JSON and re-render the React side of things. Or you can wait. I think React server components are definitely a thing already on web. And again, Expo team is trying to make it work with native side of things. So we do anticipate that we can go, we can wait for it or build our own DSLs and get the best of both worlds. That your components are defined on the server side, and without an update, without OTA, without even a JSPAC update or code push update, your users will get the information right away, instant deployments, right? So this is another way which on a Friday night, suddenly you get a request that, oh, this is failing. It's just removing the array from an API endpoint, and that's it. Cool. I also mentioned Storybook. Chaitanya obviously had an awesome talk about it. By the time he said that, okay, this is the end of the talk, we all realized that, but this is something you also do, right? We also have story component, we also have 50 components and all. What is it that you're doing? And then we learned, oh, okay, we were so wrong. And that's something that only right now Blade is doing, right? So yeah, the basic part of it is something I'm sure all of us can achieve or already have achieved. And this again reduces the friction, right? Instead of trying every single error state live on the production code, you have your components with explosion of every single possibility, and that way design team and dev team can collaborate and understand this is all solid. And on the production side, you just know it will work because it's already tested on the Storybook side of things. So if you have not yet invested in it, definitely do. I don't think I need to convince any further than Chaitanya's talk. Cool. So this is how I think we can navigate a bit more when it comes to constraint bandwidth. That try putting stuff on the server side, try to see if you can standardize some of these things, right? If those components can be standardized once you're solved. So that's also another thing we have covered. Next is, okay, so now we'll take three together. So one is on-call pressure, there's QA bandwidth is lower, right? And if your business has to pivot to some different direction. So shit happens. And things look good. This is a very great graph, right? It explains almost anything you want to explain when it comes to technology. But when shit does happen, things break, right? Every single endpoint is a point of failure. And imagine if you had a toggle, right? Oh, something went wrong. Let me just flip a switch and all my bugs are gone, right? How do you get this? This is obviously achievable. And how do you get this is by having feature flags, skill switches, staggering your release instead of releasing all or nothing. You release for 1% users, 5% users, see how it's performing, do A/B analysis, and something like web fallbacks. So I'm sure you already know about these things, but if your company is not yet invested in having experiment platform or feature flag platform, definitely do, because this is a lifesaver when it comes to having to take care of on-call pressures, right? What is this web view fallbacks? So this is again a unique thing that you can do with React Native Web, React Native Web and React Native, wherein that suppose there's a navigation going to happen, right, from this screen to that screen. I have a feature flag which says that, oh, there's a bug right now in the native build for these particular users. For those users, open the web view for this cart page, but for the rest of the users, open the normal cart page. And yeah, things would work, right? On the web, you can instantly deploy. For those specific users on the native side of, they'll get the web view, and other users will just get the cart page. So this is again a very cool technique that can be leveraged only because React Native and React Native Web has this great interpolation, right? And that you can go from this to a web view and all. Of course, it would be a degraded experience where you would have its own overhead to load, but it's much better than a broken cart page, right? So it's more like a fallback, right? Hence the name. So this is again an interesting thing that gets unlocked because we're using something like React Native and React Native Web. About the on-call pressure again, so most of the bugs are things that you might have fixed, but they keep coming back again and again, right? So how do we catch those? So this is a very simple example, but just to give you the idea, how do you handle this? So this is a simple box component, everything looks fine, but some of our engineers who are new or junior engineers, they may not know that, oh, on React Native side, the width and height cannot be a string, it has to be a number, right? But it can be a string when it is a percentage. So this is the official types for React Native. So over here you can see that height is string or number, width is string or number. Why they are such is because they have to support older versions of TypeScript, so they are not using the template strings, but we can do better. So over here you can see that, okay, we know for sure that React Native has some bespoke types, wherein that it can be a number, it could be a string, but it only can be a string if it is a number appended with a percentage, and it can also be an auto, but no other strings can be allowed. So just by having a simple union, adding it to the types, you need not even fix it on the React Native types page. You can just use patch package, I can speak, and that can also help you to just unblock yourselves, get this working. And now when some of the engineers may do it, they'll get a red squiggly line, the builds will fail, we're like, oh, you're using string when it's supposed to be these set of types. So this is just an illustration of that bugs happen and you may fix it, and as an on-call also you may fix it, but have an insight that how can I fix it for good, right? How can I make sure that this does not repeat? So do that by using linters, by using types, use patch package, write your own bespoke ESLint rules if possible, to detect these bugs early, and if not that, at least also have alerts so that if it comes back again, once you've identified a bug, add an alert for it. The next time it comes, you know when it's even 10 events. So this is one way you can think of how to catch bugs early. Yeah. So about the QA bandwidth also, right? If you have reduced QA, how do you navigate that? So as you can see, right, it's all about efficiency. How do you do things with this? So over here, testing is hard. I would say that it's very easy to write good tests on day 1, but by day 5, who knows why they're failing, right? It could be Playwright, it could be Chromium, it could be your code, it could be your framework of choice, it could be the emulator, it could be the network, it could be the backend API. It's very hard to control end-to-end tests, right? So when it comes to it, like Kinsey Dodds, he talked about that how for his website, just a simple test like this was great to solve a big outage, right? Similarly, Corey has talked about how he looks at end-to-end testing as phases. So phase 1 is that you have something what Kent did. Phase 2 is that, okay, now you know you have some more confidence in E2A testing, so you add some more stable tests. And then phase 3 is when you do the unhappy flows, right? And here he's again mentioning that how phase 1 is easy, phase 2 is also maybe possible, but 3 is when it requires a lot of team maturity to do it. So I'll talk about our journey. We were using React Native. We were like, okay, Maestro looks cool. YAMLs are easier to write than very complicated code. But we realized that it's slow, it is flaky, and running it on the CI/CD can be quite expensive, right? And tricky. And you may not get all the insights out of it. So we again leverage the fact that we are using web also. So we pivoted to Playwright. Why we can do this is because our code is literally the same between web and React Native. So it runs in 2 minutes. The CI/CD was literally a button because it's already built, and we get nice reports of the insights, console, network tab, everything is there. So howsoever it may work for you, having something that definitely works is much better than having a lot of it, but it doesn't work, and you're now spending time maintaining your tests, right? So that was some insight about how do you take care of these things. So now, lastly, I come to mental health, right? This is quite important, right? It is literally the only thing that allows us to function, right? Without good mental health, you can do nothing. But I'm not going to give you a laundry list of do this, then it will be good, do that, then it will be good. I think you probably already know that what your heart thinks that this, if I do this, it will make me feel better. So be it setting boundaries that, oh, I don't want to be called at 9 p.m. You have a chat with your manager or your team that, oh, I'm only available during these times. I'm happy to help you, but at this time, right? You can set boundaries. You can just go in a park, right? That can also be very good for your mental health. You can call a friend that, hey, yeah, it's so annoying that I'm struggling with this problem. It could be vacation, or it could be even therapy, right? It can definitely help because sometimes you don't know where the issues are coming from, and you may realize that, okay, there's some weird drive in you which is making you push so hard when you need not do it, right? And some people who might know me from 2018 or something, they may remember that I was the one pitching the idea that we don't have to be 100%, right? We can be 80%, 90% because we'll sustain much longer. If you're 100% for 5 months, you may collapse in the 6 months. Why not just take it slow, take it easy? We can do it, right? Just saying this, I can see people are smiling, right? So yeah, you can do it. Just do it, and just do it because you deserve it, right? It's not that, oh, I need to do it so that I can be more productive. That's counterintuitive. The idea is to just enjoy your work as much as you can. At the same time, realize that if you don't give yourself a pause, things can get much more difficult, right? And especially with all the things that we went through, you don't want to be limited. So, yeah, that is all about mental health. That's all about my talk. Thank you so much. I think I'm in time.
Thank you so much, Dimchur. I think this is a topic which resonates with most of us, that we all have tight deadlines, schedules, planning meetings, deadlines, quarterly planning, commits. So I think all we need is, by embracing a growth mindset, a great collaboration, and as you mentioned, the sustainability, right? That's very important. Cultivating resilience and also celebrating smaller wins. That's where we can, not only survive the crunch but also thrive in it, and also turn the pressure into opportunity. Thank you so much. And before we wrap up, any questions that Vijay can take?
Chaitanya.
Yes, Chaitanya.
Hey, hi Vijay. That was a brilliant talk. Thank you so much for talking about mental health. It's very important that more and more people realize how important mental health is, and it's even so important when you want to sustain the same kind of performance for a long time. But regardless, I had two tech-related doubts. The fallback that you were mentioning, you fall back to the web view. That was very brilliant. I think that's very interesting and something that I would also want to try out. The question there is, when you're falling back, you mentioned that you only fall back when there is a feature flag turned on. Would it be possible to fall back whenever an error is caught in an error boundary on a specific route? Or are you already doing that?
Yeah, so definitely that's a good point. Both points are good. So yeah, mental health. Yeah, and secondly on the fallback. So yeah, it could be any logic, right? This conditional could be from backend, it could be from front end, it could be that, oh, we just errored out. So instead of a refresh button just calling the same API, you can go to the web view side. or you could just intercept that, oh, this is not working. So whichever way it is, the main magic is that this conditional can be anything, right? You have that power for all the users. For a legacy screen that you want to remove from native, you can just fall back to web that, okay, we don't want to maintain on native side. It could be anything. So yeah, right now we experiment with it. See, it's a fallback, right? Realize that on a slow Android phone, 600 Snapdragon, opening up a web view, then opening up the page, then opening up the API, it is not the best experience. So we use it as the last effort when nothing else works. Usually hot fixing is good enough, but when you cannot, yeah, of course, it could be based on errors also. We have not yet needed it so far. Yeah.
Makes sense. Another thing that in this specific use case that is boggling my mind is when you're falling back to a web view, how do you handle auth?
Yeah, so on React Native, I don't know, many apps definitely already try to have login on web on their apps and then open the native, right? So in that, in our case, we use React Native web view, and that the cookie is set during the auth only. So when you have reached this screen, your auth is already handled. It is tricky, right? You have to be mindful of that because without that, it will not work. But that's how it is done, that you preserve that cookie, and when you open that web view, that works.
So your login happens on web view and rest
No. Even if it doesn't, so it could be JWT token, it could be anything, right? So whatever is your way of doing auth, that needs to be complicated. It's a good point that you have said, and in our case, it is handled because by that time it's done.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Anyone else has any questions? No? All good? Yeah. Thank you so much, Tunjun. It's a very entertaining, very insightful session. Thank you. We just have an announcement. If anybody wants to give a flash talk, we have slots which are available. So if you want to register, you can please go back to the registration desk in the reception. Okay? And you can also post his followers on LinkedIn and also on Twitter. We have been posting pictures of the event. So please like, share, and you can also post yours. Yeah, thank you. Over to you, Santosh.
Good afternoon, everybody. Everybody awake after the lunch? Everybody excited for the talk ahead? So I just have 3 questions I want to ask the audience to test if they're awake or if they're sleepy. First is, do you guys know what React Native is? What is it? Can somebody give me the answer?
Please raise your hand.
It's an library for develop the HTML pages in a faster pace with the reusable component. It's not a framework.
Debatable. Okay, got it. And can you tell me which company introduced React Native?
Meta.
It was called Facebook back then. So now it's called Meta. And can you tell me when it was introduced?
It is around 2010, not sure, but it is.
It's actually 2015. Right. So I'm seeing that only one person in the audience is awake and excited. Right. So the next talk is about React Native at scale. So React Native helps developers who know React to write native apps. But the thing is, it's useful in startups where you can afford to move fast and break things. But when it comes to big companies, established organizations, right, you cannot afford to move fast and break things, which is one of the mottos of Facebook back then. Which means you need processes, you need guardrails, you need tools, and for that, this is the talk coming up ahead. And this talk is special because so far you've had one speaker on stage, right? This talk has 2 speakers, both of them senior principal engineers. One of them is Rajesh, and the other is Pankaj. So Rajesh loves React Native and is interested about Android as well. Pankaj, on the other hand, loves monorepos and front-end architectures, and he has asked me specifically to tell them he loves Jira as well. All right. So with that, let us give them a warm welcome on stage. So the next talk.
All right. So I am Pankaj. This is fine. And I am senior principal engineer here at Make My Trip, and so excited to be here. So I basically one more fun fact about me is I was hired by my wife in my last organization, right? And so I have a little bit interest in those hiring things as well, right? And here we are. So let's get started. Quick audience check, right? We did one question about React Native. How many of you have like worked in native? Android? iOS? Okay, very few. How many of you have developed web applications? Oh. How many of you have like worked in React.js? Almost all of you. And how many of you have worked on React Native? Shipped production code using React Native? All right, all right. So I think this is a good educated audience, I would say, right? And you know that you are developing when you are developing for native, you write code in for iOS in Swift, Objective C, and for Android you write it in Java, right? And in case of web, you write it in all the web technologies, right? And you might have seen the difference. So a lot of apps are native, old ones make my trip funnels, a lot of funnels are native, and you will see some web views as well. So the problem is, there are two extremes. Native is too performant but too slow, and WebView is too fast but very much underperformant, right? And React Native is not a sweet spot in between. It gives you both, right? And you can ship on both the platforms, iOS and Android, at one shot, right? You can get like native-like performance. I'll say 95, 99% native-like performance there, and hence, this has becoming, the ecosystem is growing and it is becoming popular. People are shipping fast, and Make My Trip also adopted React Native, and I'll talk about the scale. Obviously, it reduces cost of development. Imagine, if you own a restaurant, right, and your restaurant is Italian, and people are coming and having all Italian food, but suddenly you want to also serve Chinese food, right? So your chef will deny that I can't cook Chinese food, right? And what if, the same chef, you hire a chef who can also cook Chinese as well as Italian as good. So that is where, React Native comes up, right? Where you have one developer who can write code once and ship on both the platforms, right? And there are no two developers who are constantly struggling for maintaining the parity between the two features. Sometimes it will go live first on Android, then iOS, then the cycle is too long, right? And cost of development, the speed of development and cost of development also reduces the speed. The speed increases. I'll also talk about DevX, because React Native, if you have worked on React JS, there is hot reloading, right? You save your file and browser refreshes and you see the updates, right? That is not there in iOS and Android. You have to compile and press a button, then see it in emulator, right? But React Native, since it's JavaScript, it will get hot reloaded and you can instantly see your updates. So it's absolutely pleasure to work on React Native. As I said, it is like a React native-like performance, right? And then the ecosystem is also really good, where if you want to get started, you will have a lot of libraries, a lot of community people who can basically help you on different things. A lot of unanswered questions are a lot of questions that you might have are also answered, and all those things are there. And specifically, I touched React Native Web. The last presentation, there was a very beautiful example of React Native Web, and I'll also just explain you one use case from my side, which is, for example, you are developing in React Native, shipping your features, right? Working on some new feature, but you'll roll it out on a particular app version. So, for example, on V4 it doesn't exist, and V5 it exists. Now that version number 5 will take time for adoption, right? But what if you want to ship those features for your old users as well? So you can just do a config where you can say, okay, if this user is going to use this particular feature, maybe let's take an example of a particular coupon, right, which requires specific logic for cashbacks, for which you need to do an app release, then those coupons and cashbacks can be immediately available for you if you have an app written check. So for example, if it's less than 5, then for this particular coupon flow, just load a React Native web. So you are like live sooner, right? And over a period of time, people will adapt version 5 and they can, go to React Native like performant experience. So this is to like get you excited about React Native. So are you guys excited to know more? Yes. Okay. Let's move on. This is the the scale we have in at MakeMetric for React Native. 10 plus teams, 50 plus devs. 50 devs are handling 400 plus screens and 10 million user transactions, right? And move on. But like it is really good to start with, but over a period of time, because everyone wants to code in React Native and get all the benefits out, certain things are going to create problems. So for example, consider that you have one repo where all the React Native code exists, right? And now the team is growing and there are different business lines who have different features to be released. Imagine what a nightmare would be the release process, right? You have to maybe test. If you make one change, you might have to test for all the teams, right? And imagine each team will have to ship their features faster. They will have pressure, right? So imagine what nightmare it would be for performance, because no one is thinking on the platform side and everyone is like busy in shipping features. And it also contributes to bundle size. So all the JavaScript code that you write in React Native ultimately gets shipped as part of your bundle, right? And it's not binary. It's same minified gzip code, right? And that will go there, and if everybody is like contributing, writing new features daily, so your app size will definitely increase, right? And again, upgrades is something, for example, if you are in this mess and you are basically on a particular version of React Native, and since React Native is also evolving, you will want to have basically flavor of the new version of new React Native and leverage the more features, more performance features, and more device capabilities. So for example, iOS released Face ID, right? But React Native do not have Face ID authentication yet. So they will release something and they'll update it, then you will also update it. Maybe Android will have maybe some other hardware feature, or different devices keep on coming with something competitive, and React Native will implement those things, and you have to maybe constantly catch up so that you leverage all those features, right? So upgrading becomes really challenged in this case, where if you just upgrade the React Native, all the team's code will break, right? All right, so this talk is divided into these two things, where we tackle the scaling challenges on the repo and release process side and on the performance side at the same time. And I'll start with repo. Okay, so this is how you would ideally start with a React Native project. You will have one single repo. It is written as monorepo, but it is a monolith because it's a single deployment, right? One particular bundle will come out of it, which will be attached to your iOS and Android builds, right? And that is how it works. And maybe all of these modules exist as folders inside them, right? And you will have one Mr. Utils folder where you dump everything common, and then you will have team specific code, and then anyone can do anything here, right? And then there are some other code bases as well which have different deployment targets, like React Native for each team. Some teams may be using React Native, some teams may not be using, which is completely detached. So maybe it is very hard for them to consume the. So for example, this particular React Native web build for team one, how it will consume one specific folder from this huge monolith app, right? So this gives you some advantage over React Native upgrades because if you upgrade, everything will break, you can fix it, everything is co-located in one place. But all the other scaling challenges I talked about are going to be there. And this is going to be the optimal repo structure which we have adopted, and different teams are also migrating to it. It is like a polyrepo architecture, and each repo in that polyrepo is a monorepo. And except this one, MMP React Native, which is the core repo, which is basically doing the interfacing for all the teams code. These are the team-specific monorepos. I call these can be monorepos because they can ship React Native modules, React Native web app deployments, and native modules. They can have other utilities as well, right? So teams get a lot of flexibility on how they want to basically structure and what they want to do, and whatever the Mr. util folder becomes a Mr. A separate repository, which is again a monorepo and having different kind of concerns exported as libraries. In this setup, if the React Native upgrade happens, it will happen here, right? And this will import all the teams code, and teams will import the core modules, right? And this is how these. This is a much more scalable solution because teams get flexibility. And if you think, so for example, if you have some common utility, UI, non-UI, you put it here. This goes through a process of code review and everything, and basically that is how and then all teams are free to adopt that. Or they can also have copies of these if they are having some legacy code. And this is my time, and I hand it over to Rajesh to explain, go into the depth.
Hello, I'm Rajesh, and I'm also a senior principal software engineer here. So Pankaj walked us through how teams are structured in Keynote and how our repos were initially structured and how in which direction we are moving towards a better with the goal of better release process and better performance. So just to touch upon release process, earlier with the single monolith that we had, even though the code was monorepo, it was just outputting one single file. And whenever we wanted to ship it to production, it went with the Android and iOS app release, and that single bundle had all the team's code. So if any one of them changes, right, there is some uncertainty. What if it breaks for some other team? So we had to collectively do testing for all the teams. We used to get sign off from each and every team, and the entire process was so much taxing with respect to time and energy. And also, we were using all our error monitoring tools, our analytics tools, all were also centralized. Right? We had one Sentry which used to give the reports for all the logs, and then someone had to do the triaging and alert the teams wherever there is any issue. Right? So this was the place that we were in, and we wanted to move to a setup where a system which enables teams to move independently, and the role of the common team is reduced, and they can focus on different new challenges instead of working on the same set of challenges. So yeah, so what we decided is we went into several options, like what and all we can do. Right? And one option that we saw was React Native internally had a support for multiple bundles. Right, so we thought how we can leverage it. So then there was a technique with which we can take the metropolis build-up, and with that we can do the chunking, just like how we would do the chunking in Webpack. We were able to do the chunking with which we had all the common code in one base chunk, and then all the teams could be have their own code with the proper boundaries and checks in place. Right? And also we have done several tweaks on Sentry. Basically it was pretty simple Sentry tagging, with which any team can search their own issues with accuracy and simplicity. And then we also wanted to see how we can improve the when something goes wrong in production, right? What we can do. Right. One approach is like use React Native Web as a failure. We do have it for some cases, but for other cases, we are planning on like what if we can just do a code push for one team. Say if something broke in trains, right? We can just do a code push of trains. We don't have to get collective sign off of other teams and do one full blown release. Right. So we arrived at this architecture, and yeah, and this will help us in scaling. So the next problem that we wanted to address is as the team grows, number of libraries that's added also increases. And in React Native, the initialization cost is so high of React Native because when React Native initializes, it loads all the modules, native modules that are registered. Right? And with time it increases and everyone suffers, right? Even like if I'm not using the native module, right? Like it adds to my startup cost. So here, like I think this is just a fundamental problem of React Native, which as of now the version that we are using, there is no solution, but hopefully it will get solved in the upcoming releases. And but having said that, there were a few other things that which were well under our control, and we have some plans to fix it. So one ready, the starting place for us was to like first get a real world user metrics, right? Like nothing convinces like, top level management, be it top level management or within ourselves, right? Like to have a data to talk with data. So here, like we are implementing for every page that we have, right? Like how much time does it take if the page is loaded completely from cold, right? Like say if you click on a deep link and you land to some trains listing page, right? Like how much time it took for you to initialize React Native and then load your JavaScript and then let the JavaScript do all the loading, like call an API and then render, right? So collect all this information and page-wise push it to some analytics tool. It could be anything. It could be Grafana. It could be Amplitude, or whichever tool like works within your system. Right? And so the point is like for each and every page we will be collecting this data, and with this we can know that each team will have their own data. Right? There is no need for any common team to chase behind someone saying that hey, this is the culprit and impacting the performance. Right? So yeah, so this was one. And next was like once a team sees like what's going wrong with their pages, right? Then there were like some simpler tool, some default tools that were available to fix the issues. So I hope like most of the React Native developers like already are aware of these tools, which is like simpler. Like whenever you do the dev time itself, you can enable your perf monitor and see like how responsive is your UI thread and JavaScript thread and how much memory you are consuming. Right? So this was a great help for debugging a lot of performance issues. So, and lastly, right, like to tackle performance, one thing that we all need to think differently is like React Native by default, it's designed for simplicity, right? And a lot of times for performance, you need to take a more complicated or more nuanced ways, right? So all these libraries in the left-hand side, these are the default solutions that's provided by React Native, but there are like several shortcomings. If you use it in a large screen, if it has a lot of images, if it has different kinds of UI elements, different heterogeneous list view. So it might not perform really great. And there are very simple, straightforward replacements. So on the right hand side, you see this replacement for each of these solutions. And this greatly helps us to like overcome these performance challenges that we observed in the production. And pretty much that's it. And like there are some common tips for improving performance. One thing that we saw as the code increased, like any accidental load of some other module, say if I'm in cabs, if something of some train scope gets loaded accidentally, right? That increases my initial load time as well. So be very aware of this thing and design your initial stages itself. Try to have lazy loading and inline requests. Nothing improves performance as this much in my experience. And there are several things which you can do in your JavaScript side to make the interactions much smoother, which is like interaction manager APIs and all, and also the more again for organizations you can use the native driver and but one controversial thing that I believe which a lot of React developers don't do is use native whenever you feel there is no other way and performance still is bad, right? So delegate those tasks to native, and native we have a lot of threading capabilities and it can perform more efficiently and it can give you back the result to the native. Right, so basically we are following these kind of best practices and performance, and it's helping us. It's started to give the payoff. So kind of that's it. And this I have. If anyone has a lot of any questions, please feel free to.
Anybody has any questions? I'll come to you. Hi, great talk. One question about the chunking part. Are you doing that with Hermes or?
Yes, it's with Hermes.
Can you describe it a bit? How is it achieved?
Okay, so basically Hermes is a very straightforward VM. It's not actually we have, since it's used primarily in React Native, right? We have an understanding that it can be used only in React Native. That's not the case, and it's almost like any other VM, like just like Chrome. In Chrome, you can load multiple scripts, and Hermes is also designed to load multiple scripts. So what we have done is, before going through the Hermes pipeline, we do the splitting, and then we give to Hermes. Right, and Hermes it just transpiles, not transpiles, it just optimizes into bytecode, and it really doesn't care what exactly is inside that.
So hi Rajesh. So my question is that when many teams or many developers are using a single monolith repo, so we face a problem of assets. Like every team will have their own assets folder and will keep on adding images which will be eventually replicating it. So optimizing code won't lead to much of a bundle size reduction, but optimizing assets will lead to much more bundle size reduction. So how are you optimizing on it currently?
So actually, this is something. This activity happens like once in a while in our organization, and most of the time, what we try to do is we try to offload the assets to CDN itself. Right? We don't try to bundle a lot of assets within the APK. Right? Once in a while, we do the audit and we see does this asset belong to APK or can it be loaded from server? So typically, most of the icons are pretty small, right? And they are already reused because we have a UI kit. And, there is a separate team for it, and they do reuse. So we don't face this challenge is not such a huge pain for us.
Anybody else having any other questions? So I don't know if we have any more sessions, but I would really like to learn how companies like Metric and others like Razorpay, because how you guys are using the micro front end thing. I know it is a buzzword for many, but not for companies like this. So how it is working, and or is it already working or in the plan, or something around it.
So micro front end is not a clear technique, right? It's something. It's an end result. Like if can multiple teams work parallelly, right, and without having to depend on each other. So our entire architecture is designed in that way, right? Like we are going in that direction. I mean, we don't call it micro front-end, but that we are chasing that result. And even there are different ways of going about it. This is one of them.
Anybody else? Last call.
Hi Rajesh, great talk by the way. So I am into native Android and this is like my first time getting to know about React Native everything. So it was a nice thing, but I have one question. So for now, Google has introduced Kotlin multi-platform. In that we can do native Android and native iOS for UI and a shared business logic. So like I want to know that if I want to dive into React Native right now, how will it be relevant in the long term? Like since Google is also introducing thing to make a common platform for Android and iOS apps. So should I dive into React Native right now or not?
First thing first, I think multi-platform is no longer maintained by Google, it's JetBrains now. And yeah, I think the ownership model has changed recently. And second, like I don't think it's in a place where companies can take it very seriously, and because in iOS, like, it's not easy to debug things. It doesn't have desymbolication. It's not easy. You won't get good stack trace and all. So I can say it's in a place where we can use it readily, right? But my hope is it's good to learn both because even with React Native, like say, if you can reuse all the native modules with multi-platform, right? That would be a good thing. But having said that, like personally, I feel like more. I myself am an Android developer, but I feel more productive in React Native because of all the tooling, right? Like hot reload and reusable components and all. So that's my subjective opinion, and it doesn't hurt to learn a new thing. So.
Thanks everybody for the questions. Thank you, Rajesh and Pankaj, for the wonderful talk. So next up, we have a flash talk on the topic of Copilot with respect to front-end engineering, and this is done by Prashant. Prashant, the stage is yours. How's the conference so far, guys and girls? Is it good? I think people are busy on their phones. How's the conference, folks? It's good? Will you come back for episode 3? I will note down your names. How about the people at the back? How's the conference, folks? Good? So please come sit back. Come on. Share an unexpected learning that you got out so far. That's something that you didn't expect at all.
Hello. Hi. First of all, thank you for being a very nice audience. I am Prashant. I am engineering manager here at MakeMyTrip. Sorry for letting you keep wait for a few minutes. Yeah. So, topic for today's flash talk is co-pilot for front-end engineers. So, how many of you have used co-pilot? Okay, very less, I think. And how many of you have used ChatGPT for development? I think more than Copilot. I not only share you the like all the features that Copilot have. I'll also do a live demonstration of the features. Right. So first of all, what is Copilot? Copilot is basically a peer AI programmer that helps you write code fast in a basically it improves your developer experience. Also, at the same time, it enhances your productivity. It has various features like auto completion, right? Inline code suggestion. Also, it helps you with your you have a lot of curious questions generally while writing the code, and you go to Stack Overflow sometimes. Sometimes you go to Google to search, right? All of these things it can answer in line to you at the same time when you are writing the code. You don't have to switch over the your terminal and your ID, right? So all those features it has. So if I talk about the first feature, it is auto suggest feature, which is like a very nice feature. I'll demonstrate you right here. So as you see, I just wrote a method name called const get cookie, and it is automatically giving me the basically suggestion that this method will help you in getting the cookie, right? If I press tab here, and I'm all sorted. I don't have to search on Google. I don't have to go to ChatGPT. It's all there, right? So after that, might be I want to create a method
to probably set cookie also because my file name is cookie.js, right? And so it's intelligent enough and it's writing automatically a method called set cookie, right? And this also it has completely written itself. Now, if next would be most probably delete cookie, right? So if you see, it is writing that also, right? So that's how basically it's work, right? Uh, Next interesting feature is inline code suggestion. So inline code suggestion basically most of the time it helps you in writing a code from English language, right? For example, I want to create probably a form or a prototype basically where I want to get users name, mobile number, email, right? So what I will do is I'll press Command I and I'll write a prompt. So if you see, it is automatically writing some code, right? And we will see if it works or not. Because it's AI, it may or may not work, right? So I have just pasted it. As it's a client component, I have to add one more line here. Use client. Now let's see. So yeah, we have a prototype ready. I can try writing something random numbers and see. So it is saying that email address is not valid, right? So whatever we wanted, we have it. And on submit also it is successfully showing success message, right? So this is another use case where you can at any point of the time tell Copilot to help with you something and it will help you, right? Next feature is Copilot chat. Like you go to Chat GPT or something to ask questions, right? You can do it within VS Code itself, right? So I'll show you some example. Let's say here we have layout.tsx file. Maybe there is a beginner who doesn't understand what is this file, right? So it can ask. So it is telling you about everything about layout.tsx file in Next.js. Similarly, let's say there is a maybe a old webpack file, right? And you want to know what is there is some key, what is that key for, right? For example, there is external key. I may or may not know what is this for in webpack, right? I can ask it what is this external key in webpack. So it not only told that, but it also responded in with the context of this code also, that we are not including it in the bundle, or we are including these files in the bundle, right? So it has all the context. Similarly, there could be many questions, and it will answer you, right? Maybe how to add a new route in Next.js, right? And maybe can you explain this table RC file? Because such things we do day to day, we don't touch table RC file, right? So we might also forget that which key is forward, and it can easily explain, right? So one new interesting addition to Copilot is Copilot commands. Earlier there used to be a like token limit, right? It used to have context of just one file, right? But now you can ask question about your whole workspace, or maybe about like might have some questions with for terminal. So I'll give you a good example here. Let's say I want to write a React hook called use click outside, right? Which will basically help me to detect a click outside of an element, right? Now I am writing it, but I have one doubt that whether someone in my team has already written on it or not, right? Because many times it happens is we duplicate the code. So before writing it, I can ask the workspace, right? Is there any hook implemented to detect click outside the element? Now let's see. So as you can see, right, it pointed me to a file that yeah, there is already a written hook in your code base and you can use it, right? Also, it showed me duplicacy also, that there are multiple files already present. So it will obviously prevent in creating a new one, right? So similarly, we can ask a lot of terminal commands here itself and execute them also. Like a lot of times we forget. For example, I have to install NVM, right? I can ask terminal how to install NVM. So it gave me the command. If I press here, it will apply also to the terminal, right? So these are newly introduced chat commands. There are other also. We can ask something to VS Code also, and to GitHub repo also. Right now, we will solve some front end related use cases using Copilot. So let's say, just give me a second. Let's say we want to build a modal component, right? And then we want to create a storybook for it also. A lot of times we as a developer build components but forget to create storybooks for or a proper documentation for later use. But this really helps, especially for the UI components. Big components, it might show some errors. We might have to work together to make it work. But if I talk about small components, right? Let's try it. I'm not sure whether it will work or not, but let's try. So it has written some code. I'm accepting that. As of now, we don't know whether it will work or not. So what I'll do is I'll tell Copilot to write storybook for this. So it has given some code. Let's try it out. So yeah, storybook. I think it has created two scenarios. One, there is less content. Second, there is large content, but what we were expecting, right? So this is useful this way, right? Other scenario could be we might want to write unit test cases, right? Unit test cases, my personal experience has been for utilities, it is very good at writing unit test cases. But for large components, it will write 60-70%, but 20-30% of the effort you would have to give and debug the code, right? So let's try writing the unit test case for this method, probably, right? So let's try it out. So as we can see, it failed, right? So this is what a limitation is, right? Not everything would work as it is. You would have to give some effort, right? For example, it is saying that just give me a second. Cookie is not defined. Oh, because we don't have exported, right? So all of them have passed. But yeah, it is not 100% that they will always pass. You might have to do some for other debugging, right, to make it work. So other good use cases is, let's say this is a method, right? But there might be, let's say I'm changing it to WAGs instead of let, right? In modern ES6, obviously using let is a better way to writing a code, right? So what I can tell it is to refactor the code. So if you see, it has not only just changed the where to constant basically, and also it has reduced your loops and improved the code, right? So this is how it works. This can also be used for documenting. Storybook is also one kind of documenting also. Other util methods also you can document using it. You can create types using it. You can tell it to create an API also. It will tell something in English, it will create a
response, everything by itself. So these were the good things. But yeah, definitely there are limitations. Limitation is sometimes the response is not accurate. So this tool is to make your productivity better, right? Not you cannot rely 100% that whatever code it has written can be pushed to production. You have to test it. If it is not working, you have to make it work, right? And sometimes it has understanding of your probably current file, and it doesn't understand the whole practice you are following through the workspace. And uh, whenever it will come to debugging, you will have to take efforts. It will not be probably good at debugging, and there is not guarantee of best practices. Sometimes it might give you some old piece of code, right? And you have to basically ask it that no, this is appreciated. Can we go with latest practices? So that kind of training sometimes we also have to do. So that's it from my side. Uh, you can connect with me, and you can also connect with me on LinkedIn. Let me know if anyone has any doubt.
Thank you, Prashant. So next up, we have a flash talk by Ravi Surya. The stage is all yours.
Namaskara. Hi all. Good evening. I'll start by telling a story. I gave an interview. The interview was of, it had 9 rounds. Should I call it interview or should I call it as something like an investigation or an interrogation? I'm not sure. It was an interview of 8 rounds. Then in the last round, I was offered an offer letter. And I was asked, where do you see yourself after 5 years? The next week, lockdown. COVID lockdown. Okay, no one came to office for 3 years. Now I want to see myself in office, but no one comes to office. And they'll say, no, we can't come. Okay. And one day HR calls me to take an interview, and I go. And HR comes before the interview to make cabin. And there is a wedding invitation in my hand. And I ask her, where do you want to see after 5 years of your marriage? To HR. HR, she's surprised. Yes, that's a question that HR asks us, right? Our customer asks us, where do you see yourself after 5 years? So this is the thought line. But this thought line is something very useful for us engineers. So my name is Ravi Surya. I'm a test engineer, and I work in the role of principal test architect. So one thought, what I want to share with you all is, because today I saw a lot many people are like juniors and over in between 1 and 6 years. So if you have test automation in your place, in your pipeline, ask this question: is there any test failing in your pipeline? If yes, don't try to make that test turn into green. Means don't have a thought process of, I want to make that test pass. Okay, that's a good intention, but this will not help you in the longer run. Okay, a test failing in your test environment or in your area is telling something about the environment or the code or something that we might miss on production to catch. So investigate some time to know why that failing tests are appearing. See the pattern, and also see the pattern in the tests that are passing. And what you can do is introduce an error or entropy into that test pipeline, which will make that passing test fail. If it does not fail, there's something problem again. So failing tests are very important. So as a kids, our parents, teachers, everyone are pushing us to succeed, pass. Okay, there is no room to fail. The same thought process also is going into the test. Pass. No, give a room to fail and learn why the failure of a test. This is a useful drill that we should include in the pipeline. If there's a failing test, that's a test which is helping you. Invest your time there. Okay. So this is my thought process. Where do you see your test after 15 hours in the next 15 hours? Still failing, that's telling you something. Be it a flaky network, flaky GUI, or a flaky backend or something, okay? that's telling us something. Okay, learn that, document in your wiki or into your KB of your organizations. It will help someone else. Okay, this has helped a lot of my teams. Where all I work for Aadhaar and UP system. Means I was one of the founding team members. So it helped a lot. Definitely, it will help in your organization. Treat failing test as something beneficial and useful to you. Okay, where do you see your failing test in next 15 hours? That's a thought, right? And that's my talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravi Surya, for a wonderful short talk. Next up, we have a recurring cast member, which is Divjot again for a flash talk.
Hi all again. Remember I was talking about startup performance, right? And I said that there's a blog, it's very detailed and whatnot. So I thought maybe I can share some insights, some tidbits so that you can also think about, okay, how do we deal with React Native startup performance? How do we go to 2x, right? So this is all about that. So this is me just talking about the blog. If anyone loves me. Cool. Background is that I am a front-end engineer. I have been web developer, not into React Native, and React Native is a complex system, right? It's a layer of stuff that even React team is trying to make sure that it's resilient to change, right? It can be stable enough that performance can come. But I was thrown at this problem that our app is very slow, 12 seconds is too much for customers to wait. How can we optimize it? So that's how it started. So how do we go about it, right? So this is how. So this is how the stack kind of looks most of the times that you'll have your on Android, especially because iOS, thankfully, it's fast enough that you may not have to worry too much about this performance. But on an Android, you'll have your main activity, you'll have React Native, which will start up, right? Then it will load up all the modules, the JS bundle, which could be if it is in MVs, you imagine that much time it will take to initialize it. Then your app would load. Then you would do things like register app on React Native, right? Then it would boot the first component that you render, and then finally the UI would come, right? See how much distance I traversed. So this is how the pipeline looks like, and almost everyone who has worked with React Native performance would know Ram. Ram has shared excellent talks multiple times about how to take care of it, right? So over here, if you see, so over here you can see that he's talking about React markers, how you can use it to find where the bottleneck is and whatnot. But I think in practice, what I found is that most of the times the bottleneck can also occur on the JavaScript side if the app is 99% React Native based, right? If you have a brownfield native app that you're converting into React Native, I think native would be much more relevant to you. But I'm assuming if most of you are not yet into React Native or have a React Native app which was just from scratch, chances are the JavaScript bit could be more interesting place to look at. And honestly, that's where my expertise is. I have this knowledge about native, so I thought let me just go about it and see. The first thing that I did was that I wanted to measure, right? There's no clear-cut lighthouse thingy for React Native. There is now. I think it's got Spotlight or something. We'll talk about it. But it's hard, right? And before you optimize, as previously also said, that numbers are very important. Without numbers, you don't even know what you're improving. You might be regressing and you're thinking, oh, I've added this PR and now everything is fast. So measuring is very important. And thankfully, thanks to all the previous developers at Rodang, they had put some great telemetry, so we could use Spanner and whatnot. But that was giving this number which I could not make sense of. That sometimes I was saying 30 seconds, 1 minute. I was confused that 1 minute to load the app, that doesn't add up. So I took out a Snapdragon 720 something phone, and I tried to do just a simple, very real user experience of starting the app from scratch, right? So here you can see that I'm opening all these random apps. They are not related to each other particularly, but to get an idea of where does our app stand. And I could see that, oh, it's not bad, not good, not bad. Amazon is 2 seconds, less than 2 seconds. Wow. Amazon is less than 2 seconds, as you can see. Let me freeze it here. Big Basket is 2.8, Slack is 2.8, Udaan was 3.3, and as we go on, like Notion is 10 because they do crazy stuff with reviews. So it looked fine to me. So I was confused at what is the metric that we're looking at then. So I talk a lot in the blog, but ultimately then I thought, okay, let me just measure what happens in the app. Okay, if this video is not telling me, maybe I can find which is the longest bar and then I can optimize it. So over here you can see that I just literally console log, nothing else, on a local test to see what is happening. So here I saw that, okay, native package takes 200-300 milliseconds on my local build. Then I can see that JS bundle will take some time, obviously on local it will be slower because it's not a production app. And then you can see that code push, wrapper and Redux, it's taking close to 800 milliseconds. That makes less sense. And then again, configuration in it, that's also taking a lot of time. And this, as you can see, it's starting to resemble a network waterfall, right? Even the native does not have to worry too much about network waterfall. The latency is not on the network side, but on talking to the device itself. So here, this is when the person tapped the app icon and they went through this waterfall. Our goal would be like any other waterfall, see what can be done before, see what can be done later, see what can be done in parallel. That's how you optimize it. That I know as a web engineer, right? So, okay, makes sense. Then I went ahead and over here, I saw that these two things, right? Configuration was taking too much time and this Redux bundle something was taking too much time. So here I saw that, okay, the session over here, this is the breakdown of that config. I broke it down again, saw where is it actually the bottleneck coming from, and this session was taking too much time. And if you think about it, this is quite bizarre that we had our app loading. At this point, around this time, I should be doing my auth in session, right? But it was being done over here, and I'm wasting time to do auth, and before auth, nothing can happen. So the point that Rajesh was saying, right, about how to sometimes even leverage native, that's a valid point. But over here, we're not even leveraging JavaScript. We're doing it much later when JavaScript started. So another point was this initial route was taking too much time. Over here, you can see deep linker, deep link helper. Sorry, yeah, deep link helper was taking too much time. Deep links, as you know, that when you open a deep link from any random source, we need to resolve it, right? We don't know what this link is, and we can't just open random screen, home screen, or splash screen for all that file. So that was also taking too much time. So I went through the code and saw that, okay, the problem is, yeah. So the problem was that the session was not being eagerly loaded, right? Not lazily, but eagerly loaded. So what I did was, I could see there's some legacy code and whatnot, but it's ultimately a promise. So what I did was, I made it so that I can initiate the promise early on, but then actually use it whenever it's needed later on. So what this allows me is that when I start my app, right, then I can just simply call this config init and not care about the response of it. When I actually call it later in the app, it would be probably already in the fulfilling state or would be fulfilled by then. So without having to re-architect the entire app, just these 2-3 lines was enough to move something which is happening much later in the pipeline and loading it early. This is something which you would say preload does on native or on website, right? Similar things could be done with other things, right? So I went through all these performance optimizations, and you can see that now config happens much early, right? This was here and it moved over here, and chances are that by the time other things are needed to be done, it would be done, right? This is how you optimize waterfalls. So this was one thing that I did. Similarly with deep link, the problem was that it was calling multiple promises in sequence. So that could be done in parallel. And yeah, was it worth it? Yeah, it was, because that was the clear bottleneck that we solved, right? And it reduced it to half. So that was good. I did the comparison a few months later, and it seems other apps also moved places. So Udan actually moved here, but then other apps moved there. And still looks good. So nothing regressed on RUM as well as local testing. Okay, so then I'll skip some of these parts. You can check the blog, but I'll talk about perception also. So this is hardcore performance optimization, right? But what about perception? So sometimes you don't even have to do too much to improve performance. Swiggy, you all might be using, you might be using so many Blinkit apps, so many other apps. You would see that they have some interesting splash screens with animations and whatnot. You are entertained. You don't realize that they're masking their loading times, right? But you are entertained that, oh, this S is coming up or this Blinkit I is blinking, right? Those are cool things. And I'm like, oh, yeah, that's a easy win, low hanging fruit. Why not do this? On Android, you have to do something like this that on old versions you can't use AVDs. AVDs is the format for doing animations, but on latest version you can. This is how they do API version detection with folder system. It was interesting to me. Implemented it, and now you can compare. So this looks very bland and boring. That is again entertaining you, so that it looks fine. This is something game engines do a lot, right? I'm sorry. This is coming up. Game engines use a lot of techniques to mask the loading screens, right? So this is one such way. Okay. Next. So lastly, I would like to say that this is hard problem to solve, and the other part about it is that it's harder to remember that these optimizations were done. So how to do that is basically good telemetry. So make sure that your team invests in having those markers, or if not nothing at all, just do this, that performance.now on the first line of your JavaScript code, and the first component that you want to be rendered, use layout effect, or if you're using class-based component did mount. That should be good enough to get that, okay, how much time did we spend before even rendering a React component, right? That should help you have some number. It doesn't even have to be absolute, right? You just need to check the relative trends. If it is going up or down, that's what's needed. Secondly, I was talking about how there's no lighthouse, but actually there is, and it's called flashlight. So that is another thing that you can look into. This will give you Lighthouse-esque solution for your React Native apps, and it will also do a lot of cool stuff with metrics, right? It will give you CPU usage, bottlenecks, and whatnot. So do look into it if you are interested in improving your React Native apps stack performance. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you once again, Pinjot. So with that, we have come to the end of talks. So next up, we have our VP of Engineering. His name is Bharat. He'll be giving the vote of thanks.
Hello, hi everyone. So I think we have come to the conclusion of the session. So I think when we started thinking of doing Upfront91, we had a few things in our mind, right? I think as front-end engineers, we were doing a lot of things on our day-to-day ones. We wanted to take out a day and do a lot of cross-sharing and learning. I'm sure like all of you would have at least one takeaway, hopefully more, to go back in and then like apply it on your day-to-day ones. So I hope like all of you have had at least one of those takeaways. I think let me just try and summarize, like see if I can summarize with a small touching of like what all things which you have covered as a theme. I think we had a specific pick of like different sets of themes to cover different areas. So starting off with design side, Chaitanya coming up with the design system. And from there, he started off with a lot of toolings, then gave us a bunch of ideas of like gap analysis and much more things about like plugins to build. And then from there, I will probably pick out the jokes one and doing more with less. I think you are probably a manager's best person probably. And along with that, like there are a lot of like tidbits of like amazing amount of things which you can do even from the last ones on Flashtalk of like a lot of like small tidbits which you have learned from the joke as well. And from there, I will probably pick Pankaj and Rajesh's session on how can you build reusable stuffs with React Native, and also like on performance bits and toolings over there. And from there, I will probably like pick out the performance stuffs which Dhananjay has also covered in, and the uh, things which he has covered up on like using shared dictionaries, which we can probably leverage and learn as well. And the last things which every conferences which is happening in the last 2 years has been covering up on AI. So we are not leaving out of that part as well. And then we have also touched upon web AI. And not only that, I think even as part of the Flash, we have touched upon Copilot as well. How can you leverage Copilot in your day-to-day ones as well? So I think we have a wide range of topics. I think some of you might have been very stronger on some sections and then would have started learning some things from the other ones as well. So hope you had an amazing journey. And I wanted to just add in 2 more takeaways for you guys. So apart from all these other sessions, there is just 2 takeaways I want you guys to do. One is, I will steal from Chaitanya. So one is like, start looking at the problem statements which you see in your day-to-day life, right? Which is what he has put in a nice word as gap analysis. Try and see what are gaps you find in your day-to-day lives, and then try and see whether you can come up with a solution for it. He brought in as plugins, it could be some automations, it could be some toolings. I think almost all of the sessions today covered almost similar set of things. Found a gap, figured out a solution for it. It could be plugin, it could be tools, anything of it. So when you go back in Monday, I want you to look at like things which where you could find some gaps in your systems or in your areas or in your teams or in your processes. It could be in any of these. Find out how you can solve it and then figure out a way to solve it. And the last but not the least is like, I am going to steal this from Dejot. I think he has touched upon mental health. I'm going to take a step up and then say as health, which covers both physical and as well as mind as well. One of the things which we don't do as engineers is like we just are stuck to our seats. Just we'll have to start walking and also keep our mental health in mind as well. I think by this, I'm concluding saying that like thanks everyone for coming in. First of all, to all the speakers to coming in and then presenting, and also to all the volunteers who have been supporting it, from Monisha to like Santosh, coming up with a lot of innovative games, and also to all the other volunteers who have been supporting over here. Thank you so much for this. 2020 we had our first version. 2024 we had our second, and then the next one is not too far behind, and thank you so much.
Before we conclude, can we have all the volunteers on the stage? Starting with Dhananjay, Pankaj. Before the volunteers, can we have the speakers up on stage, please? Can we have all the speakers on stage, please? Thank you. Can I have all the volunteers on stage, please?
Everyone, please come.
Everybody.
Yeah, first of all, if the volunteers can quickly come up.
Attabur, come on. Shaurya, Dinesh, Asta, Nupur. Let's include the registration desk also. Can the audience also come up on stage? Just before the stage. Yeah. You want to have a group photo? If everybody could come.
Yeah, one more.
If everybody could come up to the stage, the audience, please. Everybody pose.
मैं कट तो नहीं हुआ ना बहुत
Thank you, everybody. We have a wonderful audience. We hope to see you in episode 3 of Upfront91. With that, we're signing off. Thank you. Audience, please collect your goodie boxes at the registration desk before you leave. Thank you.
Eh, ano po?